Hello, hello, everybody out there. Just starting up the stream. I'll start in about 3 minutes. All right. Let's start her up. Alrighty. Wow. How's it going? I clicked on the wrong scene. What's up? So today I'm going to be introducing even more replays and different other videos, and we'll see what else from there. But yeah, today is going to be day 3 replays. Nothing crazy, but definitely very powerful interviews. Marja is going to go first. Marja West is the first interview we're going to watch, and she has crazy energy. Love her energy. Fantastic. She's also got a lot of great work. She's also got a book of her own, and I would recommend that if you watch the summit and you're signed up for everything, that you check out all the extra resources that are on the day 3 page. Every single day there's tons of resources that you can download, and by tons, you know, I don't want to overwhelm people. That's just why we have about 16 days, and you can go through each one and see what you want to watch, see what you want to look into. And I just did a live stream with Fred Gingras, so hello in the chat. I'm going to say hello because I don't know how to say that French that you just told me, but nice to see you nonetheless. And yeah, so we're going to make sure we start day 3 here. And if you're in the chat right now and you're listening, I want to see you. Where are you? Say hello to the stream. We definitely have a lot new people going on the channel in general, just from the summit, and a lot of just new people joining the summit in general. And so very glad that that's happening. I mean, there's always a lot of new people signing up and really curious about this knowledge. Bonjour. Yeah. That's probably the easiest one I can say. But yeah, so we have so many great things, and apparently the issues that we had with emails for the summit is going away. Issues with Gmail and iCloud, which I don't know why people have Gmail and iCloud accounts to begin with, but nonetheless, it is working better. And future days will work even better because I reduced the use of capitalization, reduced the use of exclamation points, so all the spam filters will not think that the email is spam. But in addition to that, I did some DNS stuff and made things better as much as possible. There were things that I would have done that beforehand if I knew about it. But nonetheless, there's people who do the email server, right? Obviously, you always have to work with some sort of website to make that happen, and they help me out anytime I need help, so that's always helpful. But yeah, I want people to check out all the speakers and always their links and their resources. Keep in mind, there's always one resource from each speaker in addition to other resources, right? So there's full out books that you can read, so that can take you a good amount of time. And frankly, you know, what you could just do is focus on the interviews, download the resources, look at the resources after or whenever you want. You know, this is a very open style format, and at the end, of course, there will be replays of everything. We'll also have a live stream roundtable. We'll feature guests like Fred Gingras if he wants to join, and Will Keller if you want to join as well. There's already several people who expressed interest, and we'll have some of the speakers on all together, and anybody can ask any question they want. Yes, it will be on the day, the final day. It will show the live stream on the site, so you don't have to come to my channel to find the live stream. But these live streams, the ones that I'm doing right now, are for outreach. To find new people who maybe don't know about this, and people going on Twitch and they're like, oh, what is this? And people on YouTube and they're looking up live events, and you know, they're new to a lot of this information. It's very, very powerful, very new, especially to a lot of the world right now. So there's always more to share because not enough people know this knowledge, and I say it's rather simple. Most people know what slavery is, but then if you start applying it to a lot of parts of their life, you start to see it's got its tentacles everywhere, and it's something thousands of years old can't just disappear off the earth in one moment. There has to be a mentality behind it. There has to be remnants of what kept it up for so long, and we're learning that ever more as we evolve, and if we want to truly be free, that is what we got to do. So thank you guys for joining me. I'm going to hop right into it and enjoy. We're first going to go over Marja West's interview, and Will Keller's in the chat, which is awesome because we'll go over his interviews later. But feel free to chat alongside the interview. And hello, Crypt Rick. Hello, DK. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining. Crystal, that's my sister, and of course, Mark Sermon. Welcome to the stream as well. Awesome. Thank you guys, and I think we can start it up now, so let's get it going.
Welcome. This is Corey Angelot here with Aaron Butler and a very special guest that we're going to be interviewing today, Marlia West. And apparently Marlia is named after a berry. She just informed us. Very important knowledge for the whole audience to know, but she's also a great individual. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. We're going to be talking about Marlia West, and she is a trauma-based mind control deactivator, author, non-guru lineage spiritual teacher, way shower, divine love agent provocateur, medical intuitive and master energy healing facilitator. Wow, what a beautiful bio, by the way. Website is lovetruthandbeauty.com. Well, that explains it. Welcome, Marlia, to the End of Slavery Summit, and we're going to be talking about how to exit the matrix and unslave yourself, which is a really important topic in today's day and age of, well, we have to figure out what work we have to do individually and then what work we have to do collectively to change the world. And you have a unique perspective about this. So share a little bit more about yourself and what we're going to be talking about.
Okay. I consider myself to be the grandmother of One Great Work Network. I'm in my 60s, and I've been at this great work and disseminating information since I was in my late teens and 20s. So I've been at this a long time, and it has been a rough road because we have so many distractions within what I call the matrix. And so the matrix, what I discovered early on is that there was the world and there's the planet. Well, the world isn't the planet. The world is actually an inversion. It's a satanic inversion of the planet and what I call the true quantum field creation field universe. And the way I discovered this was during my hellacious, horrific, violent, traumatic childhood, where I was raised by a man-hating psycho who did not want to have children and was an immigrant and very upset about her life. I learned that in order to, quote unquote, escape that world that she created, I needed to get in touch with nature. I needed to engage my imagination, my psychic abilities, the sixth sense, in order to raise my own frequency to escape that hell until I was old enough to get the fuck out. So, you know, and these are things that we learn by default because as a small child, or even before that, at our conception, perhaps, because unless we were gifted and conceived by parents who were awake and did the great work and conceived you on purpose outside of the matrix in the true quantum field universe, we're fucked because we are basically scripted from the moment we are conceived to be slaves within the matrix. And we're following scripts. based on our DNA, based on our upbringing, based on who our parents were, based on our lineages, based on our indoctrination centers that we're exposed to or not exposed to, based on pop culture, the media, on and on and on and on. And so me growing up in the 60s and 70s, I was just impacted on and on with this divide and conquer between the masculine and the feminine, between men and women, between white and black, and all this kind of stuff. And I didn't feel it. It's like, this is wrong. Like, what is going on here? Because I was so in tune to nature and pretending I was a fairy, because, that was part of my escape, was to use my imagination and, really feel the divinity within when I was outdoors and enjoying the sun, moon, and stars, and realizing there's something funky going on here. And one of my earliest memories was watching my mom upset with the boob tube. And it was some kind of political funeral. And I walked around, I probably was 2 or 3, and I just pulled the plug. It's like, why watch it? If you're going to be upset by it, I don't understand that, And so, anyways, that was one of my earliest memories about really being conscious about watching someone in my life and having their attention be hijacked by the Matrix. And this is how the Matrix keeps us asleep. It's by media, the television, whatever is going on that you are witnessing. We live in a perception managed reality, up to the point where we're starting to get the sort of rustling of impatience, the rustling of frustration, which I feel are, sort of the precursors to starting to wake yourself up from the collective coma that everybody is in the Matrix, because the world is not the planet. The Matrix is not the universe. It is literally a satanic inversion, where this perception managed reality is only 5 senses when we have 7. We have our 6th sense. We also have our 7th sense, which is our sense of care and compassion. Okay. It is the divine masculine principle of gifting, giving, and the divine feminine principle of receiving. It's the passive and the action. And so we're flip sides of the same coin, which is why it's so easy to be distracted by the Matrix, because most people are mesmerized. They're mesmerized either by the outer screen of what's going on, or they're mesmerized by the inner screen of all the bullshit going on in their heads, your worries, your head trips, your traumas, your judgments, your criticisms, your acerbic commentary, often about what's going on here. And so when humanity has got that going on, and it has been going on for millennia, this is not a thing that's happened because of technology. No. It has to do with being mesmerized by whatever is upsetting you, whatever has your attention. And if you don't see that you're being hijacked, you're not going to know that you're asleep. So most people in the Matrix are sleeping zombies. They believe that whatever CNN or Fox or whatever you're watching is telling you is reality. And most people have not traveled outside of their hometowns to even figure out that, oh my God, there's a planet? There's this huge thing that's like going on. You mean there's more? Yes, there is. And that's one of the things that I advocate for people is to, get out and travel. Get out and travel. See the planet. The planet is beautiful. It's huge. There's a lot of areas that are like not habitated by cities and by technology and by stupid. And so that's just kind of like one of my things. And I think that's what I find irritating for me. And I know for decades, 20 20, maybe 30 years, I gnashed where I would just get so pissed off that people were just sucking this up and being spectators and information receivers only, and spectating on their favorite celebrities. Oh my God, and so when I was raising children in the 80s, my kids were not allowed to watch TV. We had experiences, okay? We did things. We traveled. We checked out all sorts of beautiful nature spots. But, I know that there are a lot of people who were part of that generation in the 80s, and they grew up on MTV and, all the tits and ass, and let's just sexualize everything. And it's even more sexualized now. Why? Because that's what they want. The powers that want to be, that's what I call them. The satanic cabal, whatever you want to fucking call them. This is exactly what they want. They want us fighting each other. They don't have to do anything. All they have to do is activate some mind control program, and the human slaves lap that shit up. And then they go to war and they start these discussion groups, and it becomes a totalitarian pissing match to find out who's more righter than who. And I just, I used to get caught up in that and try to stop all this stuff. But, part of what's happened for me is that you get forced to walk your talk. Like, I can talk this, but if I'm mesmerized by shit going on in the Matrix, say like Devin Oinson, the COVID, as I call it, if I get mesmerized by that shit, I am sound asleep just like everybody else. I'm not offering any solutions because I'm being a dipshit. You can't get caught up. Is it good to know about shitstems like Gooberment is slavery and, our bullshit money system and all of that? Yes, it is. Because if you want to co-create a different universe and get the fuck out of the Matrix, you have to know what you're dealing with. And if you don't know how it works, you're going to be a tool for them, guaranteed, because you're not going to know the fucking difference. But I have a lot of young people coming at me, they're like, you don't talk about Gooberment being slavery. It's like, honey, okay, I started talking about that shit in the 70s. All right. I'm too old for that stuff. You take the torch, you start talking about it. You can make videos about it, have your own blogs, but don't get on my ass, because what I'm doing is I'm endeavoring to up level and really teach people the next stage, the next frontier, because waking up isn't just about learning that Gooberment is slavery and all the shit stems and how that shit works and deciding what you want to align with. No, you have to learn how to wield your reality. You have to learn how to mold reality. You can't mold reality in the Matrix. You have to mold reality from your awakened state outside of the Matrix in the true quantum field creation field universe. That's what you got to do. And the way you do that, you have to own your attention. And people go, well, what does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? It means you have to know that every human has 3 attention centers. 2 are basically hijacked and run by the Matrix. The outer screen of reality and the shit that goes on in your head. This is the inner screen. So it's the outer screen and the inner screen. Your awakened state is in the center screen, where you have the awareness and the wherewithal to witness not only the shit going on in your outer screen, but witness the shit going on here and realize that you have to be at the helm. Otherwise, if the Matrix owns your outer and inner screen, you're a fucking sleeping zombie, and you are just, you're playing your role. You're playing the script. You're playing the script as a tool for the Matrix, thinking that you're actually part of the truth and freedom movement. No, you're not. You're not. And I get attacked for saying that shit, but it's true. Because if you can't wield your reality and you're barely getting by, you haven't figured it out, okay? You're just following the script that, I can't create. Oh, I'm a helpless victim. And in the Matrix, as you know, the Matrix and the powers that want to be, they fucking weaponize woundology. The victim consciousness. This is what's taken over. Oh, I'm a victim. Poor me. I can't do shit. No, you can't do shit because your thought quality is fucked up, and you're letting the inner screen rule you by these assholes that are telling you, oh, they're there. Let's just give you reparations so you don't have to do shit. You don't have to activate your divine masculine and take any action or take responsibility. And that's the whole thing about really exiting the matrix, is you have to take responsibility about where your attention is, what matters to you, and be able to take that information and be able to create your own reality outside of the matrix. Because what we're all doing is we are creating our own layer of the true quantum field creation field universe. Like right now, based on what you two have created in this beautiful event, we are intersecting. My layer of the universe is intersecting with yours and yours, Aaron. And pretty soon, this whole program is going to be intersecting with hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions and millions and millions and millions of other layers of the universe. And this is it. We each play our part in creating content, creating materials, educating, downloading, uploading, uplifting, inspiring all these humans that are like on the edge because they know something is way fucked up. And they know that some handout is not going to do it for them. It's not sustainable because you sell yourself and you go to sleep. And that's the sad thing, is that I see so many people just content in sticking their head in the sand with their asses up in the air. And that's the kind of stuff I know for me. When I see that stuff and I witness things in the matrix, I got to wake my ass up, because I know I'm going down a rabbit hole that I'm going to eventually have to pull myself out of, because, you know, my righteousness in the past has gotten me into a lot of trouble. And what we have to learn is that we're each here from our awakened state to move formless into form. Okay, does that make sense? That's what we're here to do. And we're here to do it in our own unique way. And if that includes outing the shitstones, so be it. I've done it, you know, and I'm glad I did it. It doesn't mean that a lot of people listen to me. I know that, you know, in my reality, when I was younger, I would start talking about this stuff, people would just leave. People would just leave. I mean, I would end up speaking at these places and people just walk out or tell me to, you know, stop smoking my pot or something, you know, or accuse me of other things. So you have to be able to learn to take a punch, basically, because a lot of people are not going to like what you have to say. They're not going to want to hear what you have to say because it's too upsetting, you know. And for myself, you know, working with survivors of trafficking all these years, I've been to some very shitty, scary places in this world. I've visited rape camps. It's not good. It isn't good. And this shit exists because people just cut off. They turn off. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to believe it. They say it's fake news. They say, I'm crazy. I'm just making it up, you know, and it's like, you have to learn to not give a shit about whether you get any agreement or not. And, you know, that it's tough. It's tough. And I know I spent many years in the fetal position, or, you know, just going, oh, fuck. You know, how do I help turn this around? And so one of the things that I learned to do is utilize my triggers, all of my traumas, my PTSDs, I call them pains, traumas, suffering, and dramas, as golden gateways and invitations to wake the fuck up and get back in the center, get back into my center screen. And rather than going into la la land about what I'm witnessing or going into la 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 in here and go, oh, it's fucking hopeless and I'm never going to do this. I have too much trauma. I can't, to get clear about what it is that I want to create. What's the kind of universe that I want to live in? Who are the people that are like in it? What are our beliefs? What are our values? And it's funny when I work with folks, a lot of people don't even know what their values are. They don't even know what they believe because they're so scripted in following this trajectory within the matrix. And the matrix wants to try and, well, it doesn't try, it actually succeeds, defines who and what we are, what we can and can't do, and people are good with it. People are good with it. They like their suffering. And so now we've got this weaponized woundology where everybody's fucking offended by something. It's like, give me a break. I mean, it's just, I can't even, sometimes when I witness shit in the Matrix, I think to myself, I cannot fucking believe it has gotten this bad. And that, I use that as a trigger to wake myself up and exit the Matrix because I don't want to support that train. I don't want to get on that train. I really want to instill and activate the remembrance within human beings ready that they are here for a reason and to intend to discover that reason. Yeah. Oh my God, I've just yacked.
Wow.
That was amazing.
That was powerful. Well, how do you add to that? Whenever I think of the world, it's so easy in the truth community. A lot of people, when they call you crazy, they say, "Oh, well, that's the reality you live in," and trying to explain someone that there has been a whole system created just for this. Instead of world, I like to think of it as like WHIRL, like world. It's a whirl. It's just this spinning vortex, and it's sucking these people in. And they see the outer screen, as you call it, and they want to change the outer screen, or they take it inside, and then they're looking at the inner screen.
Can't change the outer screen. It's a done fucking deal.
Yes.
It's based on flawed thinking, flawed feelings, a flawed approach. It's based on slavery. Whatever you're witnessing, unless you intended to create it, sorry, I'm sorry. People are delusional. It's like they're not willing to face the fact that, when you're talking about the power of now, it's a done deal. The leading edge of what's yet to be manifested, is not yet seen. I mean, that's just as real as it can be. And that is not, people get hijacked by what they're witnessing, because if they witness it, if they see it, then it must be so. And if you can't see it, then it must not be so. But then, when you realize that what we can actually sense visually is just like one little iota sliver of the totality of reality. I mean, I want to smack people when people just get so ingrained in their limitations and their definitions that are like, a lot of people are defined by things they didn't even choose it. Well, that's just how we do it. That's just how we think. It's like, stop it. I can't do it. And I do that I've done that with my stepkids where, they would say ridiculous shit. And I was always just maybe a little harsh, sarcastic, over the top. And I would just go, what are you? Stop it. You're infinite, loving awareness and consciousness, having a human experience, here to move formless into form, kiddo. Stop. And they're like, okay, and so they've heard it enough and I try to be funny about it because I know I can be a real asshole. And a lot of that assholiness, I think, is that I've just been on the planet so long. It's like, come on, people, do it. Let's do it now. We can do this, So anyways.
Well, it totally echoes into people. And obviously you said that, you know, it's easy to look out on the outer screen and to see all these injustices and to see
Yeah.
all of the things, you know, and we have experiences. So then these things on the outer screen, they project to the inner screen, and they just manifest in, I think you mentioned, like these looping thoughts, these looping patterns. And there's so many people that, you know, they take it internally and they think by being a victim that it's not egocentric, but as a matter of fact, it
it's
totally
that
is
bizarre
totally
form of
egocentric.
narcissism.
Yes.
I mean, it's kooky. And the Matrix has designed this
Yes.
for us to fail. So they're banking on victim consciousness. They're
Right.
banking on that polarity of victim perpetrator. They love it. They love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Like the slave who wants to be in the plantation and the slave
Yeah.
master who wants to slave on the
Exactly.
plantation.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
it's a perfect scenario. Like, wow, okay, well, they fit each other. It's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you would hope that you would want the opposite in the case of freedom, where you are attached to freedom or God or nature as your actual master or your actual authority, and or your parents, yourself included, as part of it, because it's naturally there as
Yeah.
an authority. It's not some people millions of miles away with, you know, special uniforms and titles and all this stuff. You know, it's very different, but we connect ourselves to that source, which has always been there and
Yeah.
is necessary for us. And as opposed to the source that we see over time, constantly over and over again, is not helping humanity. And so
Yeah.
when you say, like, where do you put your attention? What I think of is, are you paying attention?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
And a lot of people are just paying way too much attention to other people's shit. They're paying way too much attention to the shit they don't like. So much so, they know they don't like it, but they don't know what they like. They don't know what their values are. They don't even know nature exists. I know people who haven't left their houses since, since you know what. And it just blows me away. I was on a Zoom call not that long ago again, and there's 4 people on the panel wearing a fucking mask. It's just like, what is wrong with you people? And I swear to God, it took all my energy, literally, because I got triggered. I wanted to kick some ass. I wanted to start shit and raise my hand and go, excuse me, like, what the fuck is wrong with you here? We're on a Zoom call. Why the fuck do you have a zombie mask? I wanted to go there. And it was like, step away from the vehicle, move along. You can't go there. But my attention was hijacked for a bit with that shit. And that's some of the shit that I have to work at. And here's the thing, being awake, spiritual awakening, spiritual enlightenment, it is not a one-off event. Waking yourself up and extricating yourself so that you're not in the outer screen or the inner screen, but in your center screen, observing both. It's not a one-off event. It is constant. I snooze all the time. I snooze and I think I'm awake. And then what happens when you start practicing this is you actually catch yourself and then realize, oh shit, I was just sound asleep again. So it's so easy to get caught up by that outer screen or the inner screen. You don't even know it's going on because it's so automated. And then,
Like an illusion.
Yeah, it requires radical honesty within yourself. It really, really, really does. And so, I mean, I teach this stuff to my survivors because it's not just about deactivating trauma. It's about learning to wield reality and exit yourself from the slave mentality, the slave world of the Matrix, and be able to compose your reality. And you can only do that if you own your attention. And so a lot of the spiritual awakening stuff is really attention management. It's like, what are you focusing in on? Are you focusing in on a shitstorm? Or are you focusing in on your life and what you want to co-create with the universe?
Ecosystem.
What you want to give back to the universe to up level the rest of humanity. I like the win-win. I want a win-win. So for me, it's really imperative that I don't pay attention to the matrix, the shit show. So
Well, isn't the goal to win-win, right? Because everything's in harmony. That's order.
Absolutely. And here's the thing is that when you start owning your attention and you are primarily operating from your center screen, what I have experienced time and time again is the cooperation of the true quantum field creation field universe and the chains of events that I used to try to control when I was, following my role as whatever in the matrix and following the automated script that I thought I had created for myself. Outside of the matrix, the chain of events, amazing. I mean, it's like everything just shows up. There's a natural order to your life that manifests and materializes. And you're just like, wow, this is way cool. And then what happens is that you get to waltz in and out of the matrix. And the matrix and all of its whatever's in the matrix ends up being your bitch. I mean, it actually becomes a cooperating component in your life. Because, what is waltzing in and out of the matrix? It's your consciousness. It's your consciousness. The inversion of the true quantum field creation field universe into the matrix is based on our consciousness. And I mean, when you get that, like, I just remember fucking around with this. I was doing some kind of transcendental meditation. And I didn't really like the people that I had signed up with, and they were all going to go to lunch or something, and I declined. And I just decided, I need to. There's some kind of like I felt like I was pushing up through some cellophane veil that wouldn't let me, and I realized, when you start making the shift into owning your awareness, there is a visceral, what is it? It's like this film that you actually push through and it breaks. It's weird. And I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about in some form, where and then everything changes. Like I realized, when I waltz in on the matrix, like the matrix has a certain artificiality to it. And the true quantum field creation field universe, the planet, and you can be on the planet, be in the planet vibe, and be in a big city as well with all concrete and all that kind of stuff. But the colors are alive. It's quite fantastic. I mean, it's magical. Nature is magical. And what I love about nature is it doesn't give two fucking shits about what you think and what you feel, because it's going to do what it's going to do. And so, it's like very impartial. And when we start up leveling our thought quality, which is one of the most important things that you can do, when you start waltzing in and out of the matrix and own more of your attention, operate more of your life from your center screen, you're going to notice that when a thought pops in that's fucked up, like, oh God, I'm a loser, or I can't do this, or whatever it is, you're going to feel the pull to correct it, because that's what you need to do. In other words, whatever it is that you are intending to create outside of the matrix in the true quantum field creation field universe, you have to have what I call heart, mind, body, soul coordination in order for all that to materialize. And what is it? It's thoughts, beliefs that are in alignment to your vision. What is your intention? It's feelings and emotions that are in alignment to its materialization, its actions in alignment to its materialization. If you're thinking you're a big fucking loser, I mean, you're sabotaging your own intentions. It's not going to happen because those two realities cannot exist in the true quantum field creation field universe. You got one foot in the matrix and the other foot outside of it. It's going to rip you apart.
And that's why evil always fails, or at least it contributes to what we can deem as evil, right? Because
Yes.
it causes chaos.
Yes.
So like a mental slave who thinks, oh, I'm meant to be a slave and this is a natural condition for me, they make their whole life out to be that belief system.
Absolutely.
But once they
It's a
live it out,
match.
but once it's lived out, people realize the consequences and say, well, this is not a
Yes.
good idea anymore. And I
Yeah.
think what you were kind of saying is along the lines of conscience too, right? Which is learning how to discern,
Yes.
learn to discern, as Tobias Lars would say, to understand right versus wrong, so you know what's always right. Same thing with eating food, like, oh,
Yeah.
what's better for me, what's not. And when you talk about nature, like this whole topic goes deeply into what I'm going to talk about in my presentations and such soon, which is the whole idea of what nature is. I mean, it's really powerful because my message is nature is the answer. And I think when we're talking about nature, we're using it in the context of natural nature
Yeah.
to be frankly about it, because anything that's unnatural is basically an inversion or an
Yes.
attempt to invert.
Yes.
So somebody's
attempt.
so our nature
Yes.
may be different from their nature, which is the city or the government, or and they use the word naturalization on top of that. Isn't that funny?
That is so fucking scary to me. God. Yeah, step away. Yeah.
There's a good I don't know, just as thinking about it, because a lot of people don't really understand the satanic aspect of things, but you mentioned that the Matrix is a satanic inversion of the true quantum field creation field universe, and it seems a lot of this the inversion inside the Matrix. You mentioned just these thoughts. A lot of people, there's these positive thoughts, oh, I'm doing good. Negative thoughts, oh, I'm a loser, I'm doing terrible. And the true scale of that is actually the quantum field, the real quantum field of nature. And because the inversion, the matrix of everything, it's like, oh, well, you have a hard time gauging, am I really a loser, am I really not doing well, is that whole thought process based off of just these perceptions that are artificial? Or it seems like the quantum field is actually I don't know, the real gauge of how someone is doing, and
I agree.
it's a gauge of truth, is what it seems like.
I agree.
It's easy to be a loser in the Matrix. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's
It's a
easy.
role. It gets
It's a role.
adulated.
Yeah.
I mean, people get sitcoms for that kind of shit.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck.
Yeah, they really
I mean, they
capitalize
really
on
do.
that.
We adulate it. We love our psychopaths. We love our, fucked up, dysfunctional, psychodramatic, unconscious relationships.
And
We love it.
and just I want to mention, like, it also, like you said, they play on both sides too, however. So like look at the new
Absolutely.
age, right?
Yeah.
The new age will say,
Yeah,
well,
oh,
everything is
God.
good and everything is spiritual. Now that's the complete opposite of everything is doom and gloom.
It's funny. I have a lot of experience in the new age community because as an energy healer, and I like the woo-woo stuff, but I have a science background. Okay. So I am not subject to a lot of like that kind of stuff. Like I can't go there. So I'll get invited to things and then they'll start hearing me talk and they realize, oh shit, she is so not one of us. And I'm not. And I'm not one of those fake feminists too. So I get invited to Goddess Entrepreneurial, and all the Tantra stuff because I teach a lot about conscious sexuality from a place of the divide and conquer between the masculine, feminine energies. We start there, going into the heteros gamos of that marriage of the masculine, feminine energies, the marriage of doing and being, active stillness, the defense principle, the passive, all of that shit. And, people want to talk sex. I mean, I'm from California, so it's like in the Bay Area, I call it the San Francisco sexual Bay Area, because on every street corner, there's an enlightened, self-proclaimed tantric master who is going to take you to see the Paramatman light. I want to fucking throw up. And I would
Yeah.
I'd call these people out, because at the end of the day, they're fucking pickup psycho artists. That's what they are. And all they want to do is get some woman who has not done her inner work, who is still pining for male attention in lieu of her own inner esteem. And, here comes this pickup artist that's gonna tell her this, that, and the other, and she fucking falls for it. And I work with these women, and when they start really seeing the sort of entrancement of the sort of script of the sex kitten, of the pickup artist, the pimp, all that kind of stuff, their minds get blown, because it starts from get-go. It starts from our conception. It starts with mommy and daddy. I call our family of origin our first cult experience.
Yep.
Because you got to work that shit out, because our parents are always going to mirror to you a template, and it's an unconscious template for how relationships work, how the masculine and feminine work, how men and women, come together or don't come together, how we destroy each other, how we lie to each other. And so, that is one of the templates, if you will, of mass mind control, mass trauma-based mind control. It's funny because I was talking to a woman, and she was trying to get me basically to say, well, we've got our garden variety trauma of our family of origin. And, in many ways, yeah, maybe we weren't trafficked and chained to a bed or, chained to a tree to service, but we still have this dynamic that if our parents didn't have their shit together, we're ruined. And that's part of the great work, is to just do the great work to excavate all that shit, because it is mind control, so that you can reactivate and activate your wholeness. Okay. And it is painstaking work, as I'm sure you both know. And we're not exempt from it. We're not exempt. No one gets to bypass that. Of course, there's a lot of spiritual bypassing of all that, in New Age bullshit. Oh, they did the best they can. You know what? Some of them did not do the best they could. Okay. My mother did not do the best she could.
Yeah.
Okay. She was a fucking insane psycho. And, I was lucky to get the fuck out. I would be dead.
Well,
And-
I really like your energy, and I just want to say thank you for your presence and sharing everything. I mean, I have to thank you for that.
Oh, you are most welcome.
And so, if you don't mind, I kind of want to ask a question along that line of action, though, because
Yeah.
so you said you've sat down before and you've really thought things, how you can shift things, and I've done the same thing, and I ask a lot of people on the summit this question too. What do you think is needed external action wise? A lot of people talk about internal action. I think it's really important, and that leads to external action. But do you think there's any need for a movement or a collective action as such to make a great change of awakening in the world?
I think that is essentially what we're all doing.
Hmm.
And certainly doing events like this, and also being on platforms like One Great Work Network, doing our own thing in terms of creating content, disseminating that information. I mean, I have been teaching online since 2003. And I mean, it's so important. I've had a website since 1994. This is my 23rd website. And I have another YouTube channel. It's my second one, because my first one got deplatformed after 9 years. I mean, this is a shit. And but here's the thing, is that we need to do this work in a way where we share information as an invitation, not shoving it down people's throats, which is what I was doing. And what I did in doing that is I ended up sabotaging myself because of my combativeness. And then I was kind of silly and stupid, because I would do these videos and I'd be at like my airport gate in, say, Munich, and I tell people where the fuck I was. And what happened was I got in the crosshairs of some very, very bad people. And one of the things that you don't want to do when you are taking this kind of action and being public is you want to maintain a sense of discernment, a great sense of discernment and privacy, and to do it in a way where you are basically stealth, doing your work. You can be outspoken. I'm very outspoken, but it's so funny. I had 2 strikes on my new YouTube channel, and they miraculously disappeared. I don't know how the fuck, but they were overturned. I did complain, but I wasn't pushing up against anything. But all of a sudden, oh yeah, we just decided, yeah, we're just going to take them off, and you're cool, whatever. And the big change of it was I decided that what I was going to do was I was going to frame my work, Love, Truth, and Beauty, in a way where I wasn't going to irritate the matrix, where I was going to utilize the momentum of some of the matrix platforms like social media, like all the various forums that I'm a part of. I'm a part of all these multiple communities, but I'm a lone wolf. I don't belong to any of these groups. Okay. I belong to One Great Work Network, and I'm grateful for that. I adore Mark. We go way back. But the thing is that I was, just way too much in people's faces and just being like, come on and get me. And it's like, I had to decide that is not what I want to do, because when I do that kind of thing, it gets in the way of my platform, the dissemination of what I want to do.
Right.
And what I want to do is I really want to really teach everybody how to own their attention, because that is key. It's key. You don't own your attention, you're stuck in the matrix. You're a slave forever.
Yeah.
And
that's an invitation.
Simple. It's deceptively simple. People dismiss it. People think that when you learn that Guberman is slavery, that means you're woke. Well, no, you're woke to that. But unless you know how to wield your reality, I'm sorry, you're a sleeping zombie. And you're following a script of being a woke person because you've discovered suddenly that Guberman is slavery. I mean, it's just like, that is one infinitesimally small facet of the awakened human being who knows in and out what the matrix is, how it does what it does. And because you understand the workings of these shitstems, you also understand what can be created. You understand how you can align with other people who are in alignment with what it is that you're endeavoring to do, and the universe starts helping you. And so I think that these events are super, super important, because we're each affecting our layer of the universe. And the layer of the universe, true quantum field creation field universe, has all these sectors within it. My sector, your sector, your sector. And we are collaborating with one another. This is community. It really is community. And what I'm really appreciating about this community is that everybody's open. I don't feel the competition and the put downs that I do within the goddess entrepreneurial community, the quote unquote change makers and mindsets. It's like, give me a break, shut up. Or the new age communities. I mean, there's so much competition and backstabbing. And
I prove government is slavery more than you. Just
yeah,
kidding.
they're all in the matrix.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it
They
doesn't
only
help
know
for us to
one
fight each
thing,
other.
and that makes them superior to everybody else. It's like, no,
Yeah.
man, you need to eat some humble pie because you're not there. And I think that's the thing, is that each one of us, we've eaten some big shit, man. I've had my life wrecked over and over and over again because of that pushing up against. And you don't want to irritate the matrix. There are ways for you to hop onto the momentum of some of those pendulums, some of those egregores, and you turn that shit around. You turn it on a dime. I used to hate social media, and I decided, I'm going to do it differently. And I'm going to use it as really a bookmark, a placeholder for certain things. I said the same thing about YouTube. I wasn't going to do YouTube again. I decided to, got on all these other things. And guess what? It's been like a whole other reality other than what I was experiencing when I was just getting in people's faces. Now it's like you're activating the divine feminine principle of receiving. And how do you receive? You give first. And that's how the true quantum field creation field universe works. You want to manifest something, you have to give first what it is you want to manifest.
Yeah,
that's what
true.
you got to do, and it mirrors back to you. And
that's the giving is the opposite of stealing.
Yes,
which is the wrongdoing.
Exactly. And talking about natural law, I mean, people like, what is that? Or talking about the trivium and the quadrivium. What? I've never heard of those, and then when they start discovering it, and they start discovering why it's been shrouded, why it is that only prep schoolers going into Ivy League colleges have access to it. I mean, it's kind of mind-blowing. And the powers that want to be within the matrix, they do this underhanded shit right in front of our faces. It's right there. They don't even hide it. They really don't. And people are just they're too beaten down. They're too sound asleep. They're too much in their comforts. They want instant gratification. They don't know how to delay gratification, And of course, what's one of the biggest ways to hijack our attention is through unconscious sexuality, the over-sexualizing of everything. So, I mean, it's really, really, really bizarre. We're just like, we're divvying up all this stuff. We're just separate. Instead of integrating and unifying, we're just separating. We're going here. We're fracturing. I was set to do a talk in Toronto. This was in 2017. So one of the things that I talk about is masculine, feminine 101, the basics of what is masculine energy, what's feminine energy. And before I could speak, apparently there was some kind of legislation about all the pronouns and all this shit. I mean, there's like, it was I get this, and I'm going to speak in like 15 minutes, and they hand me this shit, and I'm going, and they want me to sign it. It's like, oh, hell the fuck no, I'm not signing this. Like, what the fuck? It was like 92, maybe 94 pronouns. I nearly had a nervous breakdown. I'm like, I'm not signing this. And they go, well, then you can't speak. And I'm going, guess I'm not talking. Guess I'm not speaking. It's like, fuck off. But, it's like dangling this carrot, and let's compromise your values. And I have friends, oh, you should have just done it because you would have gotten to talk. I'd go, no, because had I made a mistake signing that piece of paper, you had to know all these. And if you made a mistake, you could be arrested for a hate crime? Like, for real? Yeah. Oh, Canada, what the fuck? Yeah, it was kind of mind blowing. And that is the kind of misunderstanding that's going on between the masculine and feminine. And people say, well, the men come after. No, actually, the men don't come after me. Most of the men that I deal with are very respectful of my work. In fact, I'd have to say the haters are the women, because they don't want to hear it. I'm not going to get on a hate train and hate men. That whole movement of Me Too, I call it Me Tool, because I'm not getting on that. To say believe all women, that is absurd as saying that all men, because they have penises, are rapists. It's bullshit. And by the way, the head of the satanic cabal happens to be a woman. And in my tours all over the planet, all over the world, regarding sex camps, trafficking centers, they're run by women. Women sell their fucking children. They sell body parts of their fetuses. It's fucking disgusting. And this is a tip of the iceberg that, is within the Matrix world. Is this unbelievable, unconscious greed, evil. I mean, there's no other way to see it. And I know a lot of people go, well, it's entrepreneurship. Yeah, I get it. Okay. And here's the other thing that I've had to really work through, because it was one of the ways that I stayed trapped in the Matrix, in my fucking rage, in my upset, in my disgust, and my righteous indignation. And this is what I discovered. And things started really changing in terms of me going stealth and walking in and out of the Matrix undetected and getting to do my work, expanding things in a much more smooth way, no drama, etc. Is that I had to get good with the law of allowing. And the law of allowing is this. In and out of the Matrix, everybody has the right to exist and be different from you. It's so mind-blowing, because I was going, no, they're not. 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 They don't have the right to exist. Fucking kill them all. Yeah. And what I was doing with that is I was actually growing that evil with my disgust. I was contributing to its growth by pushing up against it. And once I just saw the folly of my thinking, my feeling, and the actions that I was taking. And so what I've done is I've extricated myself from that whole thing, that whole attitude. And it's true. I have every right to be as I am, different from everybody else, and everybody has that right too, even the Satanists. I don't like it. I don't fucking like it, but I accept it with caution,
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Well, that's where education comes in, right? You're not going to pass a law and be like, you're not allowed to do this by threat of violence, violence to prevent violence, or what have you. So let's kind of, if you don't mind, I have a final question.
Sure.
And I don't know if Aaron has anything else to add, but my question is to you, your experience with getting out of statism, this belief in the existence of government, the belief in slavery, as you call it, and I call it, and I wrote a book about it and all that. And so how long were you a statist, and how did you get out of that mentality for yourself?
I just started doing my own thing. I have virtually not had a job since I was 21 because I'd gotten fired. And so the way I do my life is like there's an ebb and flow of and I've gotten into a lot of trouble with the powers that be, with their various shitsomes. They have come after me, and I'm above reproach. I'm not doing anything wrong, you know, and everything that I do goes back to service. So they can just all kiss my ass. So, but when I did get into trouble, what I was doing was I was once again pushing up against the powers that want to be, pushing up against banking, pushing up against this and that, and irritating the matrix. And so what I just did is I just stopped participating in certain things, which takes a lot of, it takes a lot of research. It takes a lot of finesse. It takes a lot of, because I mean, you're basically standing alone. Most people think in my inner circle think I'm fucking insane. And it's like, whatever, you know, I don't know what else to say, but I'm not doing anything that's going to harm people. I'm not harming myself. I have just chosen to not participate in certain things that I just don't believe in, you know. And do I have to justify it? No. And what's happened, because I used to get so worried about all kinds of shit, but you know, hey, once you've had run-ins and audits and shit like that, you're not afraid of anything. It's like, whatever, you know, because guess what? Nothing bad happened, you know. It's just one of those things where you have to decide what your values are, what you're going to participate in, what doesn't feel good to you, what feels good to you, and then you have to commit. And it is a commitment, you know, it is a commitment. And unfortunately, most of the people that I know, their whole thing is about following the rules, you know. And it's like, no, I'm not following these rules. These rules are bullshit. You know, I'm not going to have my life hijacked by keeping every fucking piece of paper that comes my way. I'm not going to do that. Okay. And, you know, it sort of come about where I just learned early on that I have better things that I want to focus in on. So I'm not going to conform. I'm not like, I'm in charge of my medical stuff. I do homeopathy. I do Ayurveda. I'm not part of the medical system. I don't have health insurance. I don't give a shit. You know, I pay my own way. That's what I do. And, you know, and then of course, being a quote unquote senior, like my friends are like going, well, what about this? What about that? And just do this and da da da. And I'm like going, no, thanks. You know, this whole thing with 7-19, the COVID, right? The checks, quote unquote. You know, I didn't take any of that fucking shit. No fucking way. No, I'm not participating. I don't participate in that. I'm not, I know people who did it, who claim this and that, and they took it. You know, I'm not one of those people. You know, I endeavor to walk my talk. And, you know, and does it have a cost? Absolutely. I've been arrested. I've lost my driver's license. You know, it's like, did it stop me from not driving? Of course not. You know, you have shit to do, but yeah. you don't bring attention to yourself. You just do what you do. Right. And there you go. It is what it is. I got to say, what was fucking maddening is that before the COVID hit, I was living in Europe and I was back and forth promoting the second edition of my book. So I did all these like book things all over Europe, EU, non-EU, all over the Middle East, Central Asia, and oh my God. So of course, it was almost like they knew the shit was going down. Of course they did. They knew it was going down because all of a sudden my work visas are terminated. You know, and I'm in the middle of like, you know, redoing all this stuff. And so what ends up happening is, and of course, you got to renew your passport. I need to be able to travel. I mean, I travel. I've been to over 100 countries. You got to fucking do that shit. Otherwise, you miss out on the beauty of this planet and the beauty of all the different people who don't know about fucking CNN. They don't know about any of this shit. And their eyes are bright. They're beautiful, happy, creative people living off the land. Oh my God. So where I was going with this before I got sidetracked is they had my passport. I didn't get my passport for a year, over a fucking year. They couldn't find it. They said, oh yeah, we got the renewal. Oh, of course, you took my money. Hello, you took my money. And they couldn't find it. They lost all of my old stuff. And I get my passport over a year later. And that was so unnerving for me to feel like, oh my God, I'm fucking stuck. I'm stuck. And then it just miraculously appears, after I forget about it. But that was unnerving for me because I like traveling, I do. I like it.
Yeah, and me too. I mean, it's an adventure of knowledge when you certainly escape the Matrix, because
Yeah.
instead of being confined in one box, you're like, wow, it's a
Yeah.
whole world to see.
There's a whole world, and I'm not one of those people. I'm not staying at a fucking 5-star hotel. So, I can just, it just like, I don't relate. So I'm in the sticks. I don't have makeup on. I wear the same clothes, basically. There's just so much beauty and there's so much starkness of, making sure you walk in a way where you don't slip on caribou shit. That just happens to be fucking everywhere. It's disgusting, but it's part of, it's part of travel. It's like, you're not in your domain. You are not in your comfort zone.
Yeah.
And
You'll see all
especially if they
sorts of
don't
things when you
speak the
travel.
English, if they
Yeah.
don't speak the English, you could be in trouble,
Yeah.
So
There's symbology everywhere I think you can find.
yes.
So thank you for joining us. We've hit about an hour or so. Is there any final comments you'd like to say, or Aaron, if you have any last things you want to say?
Thank you both for doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like totally awesome. And I want to apologize that I responded so late because, something told me, look in spam. And I'm like going, whoa.
Yeah.
So I listen to my intuition, because when I'm missing something, and especially something that is in alignment where there's an invitation to interface and merge our respective layers of the universe, there is a ding that happens, and I'm glad I listened, because I was getting ready. Let's just delete spam. I would have never known. I would have never known. So yeah. So thank you.
Awesome.
And so I hope everybody finds this helpful. I've got a cheat sheet that comes.
Be sure to check out the downloadable resource. You provide
Yeah.
a really cool sheet that basically summarizes everything you talked about. So
Yeah.
that makes it really helpful. And if people want to see a lot more of your work, they can go to lovetruthandbeauty.com.
Yeah,
Love,
and
Truth,
you can find me on the YouTube, and I'm on all the other alternative platforms as
on
well.
YouTube, what's your name? It's just Marlia
It's
West?
Love, Truth, and Beauty.
Love, Truth, and Beauty. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yep. Be sure to check it out. And if anybody wants to see a lot more speakers like this, go to nita.one/summit. nita.one/summit. This is the end of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching. Take care.
Awesome stuff. Do you guys like that one? Her energy is great. Love it. All right. We're going to pause that for now. That is going to be the next talk that we're going to show for tonight. And in addition to other videos, in case you don't know what this is all about. Is there anybody new here? Anybody who hasn't been here before? How's it going? All right. How's it going? Anyone new here who hasn't been on the stream, following the summit, just found out about the summit recently? I know a lot of people here also know DK. That's DB in the chat. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Mandatory myocarditis. Welcome back. Welcome, Stall. Welcome. And we got Deborah as well, and other people that if I had to scroll up because you guys were having some crazy conversations going on. Kathy, welcome. You're new as well. Awesome. Are you new to a lot of the summit information? Well, feel free to join us on the final day. We're going to have a live stream roundtable. So if you have any questions to share with everybody, I'm going to get some people on the roundtable. Can't have 50 people on one roundtable. That's probably not going to go so well, but we'll have a few people on the roundtable, and we can get some questions going around. But yeah, feel free. I mean, this is all open dialogue, and if you're new to a lot of this information, that's great. I mean, because if you care about freedom, then this is probably the place to be honest. We have a lot of great talks. In fact, the next talk is going to be very, very good. I love Will Keller. Maybe he's listening right now. He was there in the chat before. About an hour ago, he was in the chat, and he was messaging me. He's like, great work, he's always very supportive, and the guy puts out great presentations. If you guys don't know who Will Keller is, check his work out. You'll find out through the interview as well what he likes to do. I mean, he talks about everything, but he's just very good at breaking down concepts. He's able to really help us understand what freedom is very simply, and I think that's great. And I tend to go all over the place. I told Will this after the interview. I'm like, man, you're always so good at breaking things down. I'm here, brother, loving the content. Thank you, Will. Yeah, see, man, you're supporting me, just hanging out there. I appreciate you. Much respect. Yeah, as with you, man. And that's the thing, right? And we welcome everybody to this community as well, anyone who wants to produce content. And of course, toward the end of the summit, there will be plenty of action resources for people. Streaming to all my platforms? Awesome, man. Great stuff. Yeah, check out Will Keller, and he's also with Natural Freedom League, which you can find at Natural Freedom League. Just look that up, and then you'll find it. But yeah, just incredible work they've done. So, Will, I think we're going to hop right into your presentation, and it's okay if you guys miss out on watching it live. You can always watch on your own time. Make sure you sign up for the summit. If you sign up for the summit, which is what we're watching, you'll see there's a link on the screen when I show that whole fancy graphic. Endofslavery.org is what the web address is. Endofslavery.org, or you go to nita.one/summit, or just look up the End of Slavery Summit, and it should be a first result. If you're not using Google, it should be the first result. But it's great. Didn't expect to talk to so many people and have all these resources, and there's even more to come. So great stuff. All right, let's get right into it. Will Keller, talking a bit about parenting and conscious parenting in relation to freedom. Very important for the generations ahead that everybody starts to know about this. Hey, there's Will.
Really
Will, you're starting talking already, man. You gotta slow on down. Here we go.
Hello, this is Corey Angelat. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm here with a very special guest, somebody who I've known for a while. His name is Will Keller. He's a freedom activist, animist, anarchist, public speaker, and a father. He is the co-host of Natural Freedom League video series and a content creator for the One Great Work Network. He is devoted and morally obligated to increase awareness on the causal factors of suffering for humanity, and to expand the understanding of the current human condition by educating the public on crucial topics such as conscious parenting, human psychology, human behavior, objective morality, natural rights, and natural law, the universal laws of nature. He states that all of these topics are inseparable for understanding and achieving true freedom for humanity. So this is a very great time to be talking about this, because there's a lot going on in the world, and we need to relate these to these topics that have been long talked about for thousands of years. And we've had strong families, we've had strong tribes, we've had civilizations built upon that, and now we live in a time where there's a lot of people who may not have parents or may not have the social structure, or the social structure is all over the place because you got social media and all these things influencing people. So if you can help navigate us through this mess, Will Keller, what do you see going on with the current world, and why is it important to talk about ending generational slavery, starting with conscious parenting?
Excellent. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. To me, conscious parenting is one of the categories that can completely change our current human condition, which obviously the current human condition is one of slavery. And this is something that we are born in, and we have been born into this. It's been different gradients for hundreds and thousands of years. But the current human condition of slavery is mental slavery through ideology, and this gets passed down through generation to generation. And so it's important for parents to first have a correct diagnosis of what's going on in the world, and then apply that to themselves and influence their children. We're constantly playing catch up, right? If the children that are being born today and grow up are being passed down these ideologies that promote and condone immoral actions, and then they do the same to their children. So the social engineers, the people that are influencing society on all levels, they obviously know this, and they use a formula of distract the older generation and program and condition the younger generation to build the new control system, the future control system. So we're constantly playing catch up as a species on this planet until we can recognize the problem and apply that to the family dynamic. The social engineers know that the only way they're going to influence the youth is if they put a wedge in between the family dynamic. And it's not really them doing it. It's they are influencing through conditioning, through beliefs and ideologies, and mainly culture. And the parents actually do that themselves. So it's such a deep topic. And yeah, I mean, where do you want to take it?
Yeah, so I'm curious, why do you mention culture as being the most influential here to changing people's minds and
Sure.
sort of changing the world?
Oh yeah, no, great question. I mean, culture is the strong arm of tyranny, because culture has to do how we interact with everyone, how we interact with civilization. Even looking at the word culture, it means to cultivate. So what are we cultivating? To me, culture could be negative or positive. We need to observe the world and the actions of individuals, which lead to the aggregate of people. What are those actions? Do they cause harm? Do they condone violence and harmful actions and slavery? And in today's condition, they absolutely do. Now, you have cult in the word culture. So what is a cult? A cult is certain ideologies or beliefs that one holds. And if other people don't submit to those beliefs or ideologies, then they will be attacked. This is a classic hallmark of what a cult is. Now, if we look at culture nowadays, you can divide it up into various categories. You have entertainment and social interactions. Nowadays, it's social media. You have schooling and the interaction between students and peers. And there's so many different hobbies and sports and all this kind of stuff. This is all part of culture, but ultimately, it's the interactions that we have human to human, right? So this is where the social engineers know this is how they can gain the hearts and minds of the youth. So they infiltrate the entertainment industries. They control what music is popular, what movies are popular, social media apps and all this stuff. And they can do this. And another big category, which we'll dive deeper into, is schooling itself, the education platform that most people are using nowadays. So this is there to instill belief systems. It's there to shape one's worldview, how they perceive the world and how they think it operates. That's the main goal. And if parents aren't communicating this to their children on how reality operates, then they are pretty much sacrificing their children to culture itself. And culture is going to mold the minds of the youth. And that's what we have nowadays. So it's kind of like an assembly line, right? So, and we see this, it's common. Older generations, they just can't relate to the younger generations. That may be true on some level, right? From just the times are changing, technology is advancing. But what I'm talking about more is about principles, moral principles. They are objective in nature. They are truthful, meaning they do not change. These are principles that are eternal. And this is the type of category that can be passed down generation to generation to generation because it's timeless and it will remain true. And it's some of the most important information. What's more basic than we exist? We have a body. We are responsible for this body. And what are the actions that we are taking? Does it cause harm or not? I mean, this is very foundational in this reality.
Yeah. So it sounds to me like you're saying, parents got to be careful. They got to be conscious, as you're saying, conscious parenting with what they're doing to their children and what future they're creating for their children, right? But
Yeah.
are they wholly responsible for their children? Do the children rely on the parents? I mean, because there can be some conflicts there too, right? Where the
Sure.
parent may be saying over meaning and trying to watch everything they do on social media, trying to make sure everything they do is safe, constantly safeguarding them. Is that a good strategy to use necessarily?
I totally agree with you. You can shelter your children too much, and I'm not for sheltering. We are here to learn lessons. This is the whole point of existing, right? We learn lessons. We learn how to evolve in consciousness and to use this vehicle to gain experience. So I tell parents and a lot in my work that failure is good because this shows what not to do. So, if we break it up into a few categories from ages 0 to 7 or 8, this is the formative years, the formatting years where the child is a sponge and it's just observing and taking in whatever it comes to it and actually embeds and sets the foundation for the subconscious. So this is the most important years of a human's life because this is going to set the parameters or the operating system by which the child is going to grow up and to operate in, right? Their belief systems and what they come to know and how they think. And then from there, you have, preteen and teenage years where this is the beginning stages of adulthood and there's less sheltering. I take the stance, and I do this. I have a 9-year-old daughter, right? So she's starting to enter into that realm. I live by, I will never lie to you, and you can ask me anything. So I don't shelter anything from her. I let her experience a lot and also communicate with her about what's going on in the world and within herself and around in her own environment. We need to figure out some of this stuff depending what we're talking about, right? We need to figure it out on our own with guidance. I see parenting as more of a stewardship, or we are facilitators. We are facilitating a young being, their experience until they are self-sufficient in a way, right? Now, of course, looking at culture, there are some things that are pretty brutal that you would want to regulate as much as possible with communication. My daughter does not have a phone. I don't let her spend time on the phone, large amounts of time. But yeah, we might look a video up and do some research and that kind of stuff when she's curious. So it's really understanding that, especially a young child, they have needs. And as parents, facilitators, and stewards, we need to do our best to fulfill or to provide resources for those needs. It's more of a mentorship than a leadership. I look at leaders as a leader will lead you down their own path, right? So a mentorship is one of guidance. It's a stepping stone in consciousness. So if you're looking at a certain subject that you want to gain knowledge on and understanding, you would look to a mentor that specializes in that field. You would gain knowledge and then move on to the next mentor. So I'm very heavy on mentorship. I think we will have mentors, and we should have mentors all through life.
Right. So
Yeah.
would you say that the parents themselves also have mentors, because you're saying that there's principles that they should utilize and share essentially with their children? So they're actually being guided at the same time, and they're sort of sharing that guide with their children. Is that
Yeah,
make sense? Yeah.
absolutely. I consider my daughter a mentor, and I'll dive into this. This is something hard for parents to understand. In today's culture, right? Parents look at their children, A, as their property, and B, as ignorant to life. And even though there is some lack of knowledge, but this doesn't stay that way. Children have vast amounts of knowledge to share with their parents, mainly about ourselves. Children's are mirrors. We can look at our own children and we can see qualities and characteristics and attributes that they have picked up from us. And we can learn a great deal about our own selves and our psychology and our emotional stability just by observing our children, because they act just like a mirror, right? They're going to reflect onto us what we've been reflecting onto them.
Hmm.
So,
So the principles are important for the parents to look at, and sort of what I hear from that is walking the talk, right? So the parent needs to be a living example of those principles to show, like, this is what it looks like in action. And not that the child has to necessarily completely mimic what the parent does, right? Because they still should have a mind of their own or develop that over time. But they find that, right, within themselves over time. So it seems like, to me, it's a process, and you do have to be there consciously learning. And I agree with you. There's plenty we can probably learn from children. I mean, they have a creative mind, right? They ask
yes.
questions about everything. They're curious. They want to, like, fly. They want to go on top of the trees, touch everything. I mean, they want to do those things. And to me, I think those are expressions of freedom, are they not?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, 100%. There's a study that one can look up, and maybe we can find it and put it on the screen. It was done in 1992 by two people, the names are escaping me, but you can look up 1992 study. Creative Geniuses was like the title of the study. And what they found, they tested about 3,000 children from ages 7 down to 1, right? And what they found was 98% of those children were creative geniuses. But once they got to grade school, it dropped down to 36%. Once they got to high school, it dropped down to 12%. And then they tested adults, and that dropped down to below 2%.
Wow.
So freedom is creativity, right? Also choice and understanding principles, moral principles, and how to act in the world. But creativity is huge when it comes to freedom. It's pure potential, as long as harm is not included in that. Children come into this world very freedom minded. And they don't have the programming and conditioning like adults do. So they learn very easily. And this is why they're easily molded and shaped as well. Kids have huge imaginations. This is another thing I think adults and parents can learn from their children, is to get on their level and enter their world, their creative world, and share that with them and promote that. The imagination is key, especially nowadays, where culture wants to control, limit, and diminish the imagination, because you have to see it before you can achieve it. So if you can't imagine freedom, then if you can't imagine yourself being better, then how are you going to seek self-development? How are you going to seek what is right and what is and to be more free and to create freedom in society and within yourself?
what I see that what may come to mind with a lot of parents is they think, man, well, I'm busy. I'm always working. And so I can't, number one, spend time with my kids as much as I want to. And number two, I can't be as creative as I want to or as I
Yeah.
can. I mean, so that could be a conflict too. How do parents navigate that?
Yes, big question. I love it. And I'll say one thing: a lot of parents that I've talked to, and I talk to as many parents as I can from all different spectrums. A lot of parents want to seek answers, which are good, but what they end up doing is they're seeking parenting styles so they can mimic, right? Whether it's on one extreme or the other, whether it's Dana Martin, full peaceful parenting, radical unschooling, or traditional parenting, do as I say, and spankings and all, right? So I mean, there's a huge spectrum, and this is ultimately a personal process that each family is going to develop on their own. There's certain principles that I think that are extremely important. One category is sacrifice. Having a correct diagnosis of what is going on in the world and how it's operating is crucial. Like you said, we need to be the change for our children, for ourselves, and for our children. So we need to walk the walk. Sacrifice is huge. I'm in a co-parenting situation. Co-parenting situation is the norm, right? I mean, divorce is plummeting. Um, Children growing up in separate houses is extremely popular. It's the majority, actually. So this is a deep topic for a lot of people. Where do they get the time? Both parents work and all this stuff. This is where sacrifice comes into play. Um, Communicating with the other parent is vital. And that can be tricky. That can be hard and sometimes brutal, right? But if you can agree on principles themselves, moral principles, um, respect, and how you're going to communicate with the child, teenager, um, this is the middle ground. So parents need to understand that yes, sacrifice is required. Sacrifice happens all the time. This is something that is natural for human beings because we are sacrificing time right now to do this video. Everyone sacrifices something. We need to analyze that and look at that within our own lives. The majority of parents sacrifice their children when it comes to education. They put them in public school. So they let the state and they let culture mold their minds and implement what is moral. They don't teach morality in public school, but they still tell you that, government is right and our human rights come from government. Do as you're told. So they're ultimately, propagating obedience and submission to authority. So that's one form of sacrifice, one of the biggest, right? Because as we know, the mental realm is vital. This is the causal factor. So when it comes to subjects like homeschooling or unschooling, I'm a huge proponent of that. Now that can vary for a lot of people. My daughter's mother and I, we homeschooled all the way up to 8, and I say we still homeschool. My daughter now goes to a charter school. It's a homeschool charter school, meaning that she can be with us, or there's a facility she can go and interact with children. It's a Waldorf inspired. It's based on donations. It's great. It's got a lot of things that the state doesn't touch and doesn't mess with. That's the middle ground. That wouldn't be my ideal choice, but see, I'm co-parenting. We have to strike a middle ground. My daughter's mother is very aware of what's going on in the world, but yet she is a teacher and she wants to work and help out in a community-based facility. So my daughter goes there for a few weeks and then she's with me for a few weeks out of school. So there's a middle ground, there's compromise that we've kind of reached. This is going to be different for every parent, right? For every family. So seeking someone with the answers is, again, looking for leadership, someone to lead down their path. That might not work for one family. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of discovery on your own, like you're saying.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, I went through the public school system, and I actually went cyber school half of my school time too. I mean, so and I kind of got a taste of both worlds. In the cyber school, it was new at the time when I was entering.
Yeah.
It's way different now because now it's becoming more popular. But something I would do with my own parents was constantly relay to them the information that I was being taught, or the things that I was, the things that were said to me, the other kids that were influencing me. And by talking to my parents about just what happens at school, I was building not only a relationship with them, but they were able to help guide me, and it was able to help me feel better. Just having them there after that school system was just beneficial within itself too. So I think just the parent being there is also really important, right? Because that allows them to express their consciousness with the child, and the child can express their consciousness with the parent, which is, they're supposed to be together in nature, right? Are
Mhm.
they not? They're supposed to stay together as much as possible. And it seems like, oh, well, if we just put them in this institution, they'll take care of it. No, it's like, it's your child. I think, I'd hope it's really important for people. So how
Yeah.
does this relate to generational slavery, right? Because we talked about culture and how that influences people. Why is conscious parenting important for generational slavery? I know you kind of mentioned this before, but what is generational slavery? Like in particular, is it the culture? But you said it's certain people who are taking it over. So why is that happening?
Yeah, no, great question. And real quick, I'm going to backtrack to what you just
Sure.
said earlier because I think it's a very important to the relationship you have with your parents. That is excellent, and this is something that parents need to understand. It's about the relationship you have with your child. Learning in general, right? We learn when we are internally motivated. This is going to be different for every unique human, right? Some children love to learn in group settings. So maybe finding a private school or charter school or group homeschooling, that might be ideal for them. So like you were saying, that being receptive and being there for your child's needs is vital. Getting to know your child. Your child's going to be different from you, but yet still inherit some qualities. So, inheriting the qualities, this gets into generational slavery. Generational slavery, as I said in the beginning, these are ideologies and even physical attributes that we pass down to our children. I'm going to use a very funny analogy. Santa Claus. The majority of parents propagate the notion of Santa Claus, right? This fat man that's always watching you and keeping a checklist on your behavior through the year, and he's checking if you're naughty or nice, right? This is mind control. To be blunt, this is using an ideology or a belief system for mind control to keep your children in a state of fear and obedience, right? And it might be funny for a lot of parents, but this is the analogy. Now, as the child gets older, either figures out on their own, or someone tells them, or maybe even the parents confess and say, "Hey, guess what, little Timmy, Santa Claus isn't real." Right? And the kid's like, "Oh man, whatever," and goes about their life. But as they get older, what do? They do the same thing to their children. They propagate the ideology, the mind control, the lie. Now, this is a very small scale, but this is exactly what's going on for hundreds of years when it comes to the belief in authority. That if you want to be educated, you have to go to government schooling, public schooling, and you have to go to college if you want to be educated. Your natural rights come from the government. Do what the government says. Obey, right? All of this. These are false axioms, right? These are statements that are considered to be true, but are actually false in the natural world, in reality. So these are ideologies, and we pass these down to our children, just like Santa Claus. So this is what is keeping human beings in the state of slavery, is that they hold these false belief systems, and we pass these down to our children. The notion of genetic modification or vaccines, this is something that's being passed down through generations as well. I've talked to so many parents that they've never questioned the fact that their kid has some kind of ailment, whether it's a autoimmune disorder or it's autism. Never question the fact that it could have been from something they put in their child's body, right? Because the doctors don't say anything. The doctors just say, "Oh, it's just, we're slaves to our genes. It's something that happens. It's random." Right? So this is another thing. This is eugenics. So this is the physical aspect of what we pass down to our children. Now, well, I got my vaccine, so I'm going to give my kid all their vaccines. We pass these ideologies down. So what we're seeing is we're seeing a degradation of consciousness. The awareness level is not increasing, and we're not learning as we evolve, because we're not evolving, we're devolving. And it's based upon what we hold in our mind, the knowledge and the information, and then how we apply it. And we're holding these in, and then we're passing them down to our children. So as we look at the world and we see that, although currently I think there is a great awareness, right? But there's not a great awakening. We are not advancing towards freedom, right? The control system is getting stronger and stronger. So what we need to do is, just like a narcissist, you don't keep feeding a narcissist and giving a narcissist attention. You need to detach and move away from the narcissist. This is how government and government institutions operate. So this is why homeschooling or unschooling is important. Educating yourself on diet and how the body works, and understanding medicine, and so we can evolve, and we can give our children a great gift. We can be their freedom advocate, and we can give them the gift of knowledge, and they can take the torch and they can pass it down to their children. We are creating a process of evolution, right? The social engineers know that, well, they plan hundreds of years in advance, right? They're not planning 10 years, 50 years. They're planning 100 years in advance. They have a goal where they want society to be. And the only way they're going to get there is if they condition and program the next generations. So,
yeah, so people giving their consent one way or another to the system because they're unconscious, or they willingly consent and say, well, yeah, I mean, I need it. It's good for the common good. It's for the greater good, justification, right? To make a right. Not that it's actually right. So very interesting you mentioned this, because I had a lot of ideas come to mind. And really, I think it's important because what we're talking about, conscious parenting, the word conscious, I think, is really important, right? We understand how consciousness works and how it's used within our life, but some people might just call it awareness. Okay, so let's look at the scenario you brought up, right? Where vaccination. Well, how come the parents didn't question in the very beginning, say, well, what is this? Why is it going to my kid's body? Why do they need it? But they never asked those questions. So of course, later on, they're going to be like, oh, well, it's this thing. Oh, I didn't know it could have been this thing. They shouldn't have to say that. They should already know, like, yeah, I chose this for this reason, for that reason, or, oh, but they didn't make the conscious decision in the first place. So it's like same thing when we go to the supermarket and buy something. Do we know where our money is going? Do we know what we're supporting? What brand, what terms of service we're signing on to when we use a product, right? These things, it's like, if we just unconsciously do it because everyone else is doing it, or because we're told to do it, it doesn't mean it's right to do. I mean, and we're not really questioning morality, like you said. We're not questioning the principles. We're not applying our principles. So ending generational slavery with conscious parenting is integrating a lot of these ideas that you mentioned, right? Principles, having the right schooling through learning, not just having the child learn, but you learn through your child. And I really like a lot of these topics that you're mentioning. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. And one thing that parents need to understand, like we mentioned earlier, it starts with the parent, with the individual, right? This work of educating, it has to be done within themselves first. Excuse me. Because the reason why no one's questioning, why people are unconscious to a lot of these topics, is because this is a part of generational slavery, right? These are ideologies that are embedded in the subconscious, meaning that it's a part of their habit, right? This is deep down into the shadow aspect. This is the unconscious realm. The only way that you're going to heal this and shed light to the darkness of the unconscious is through knowledge and education, looking at oneself, having the respect to look again, right? So it starts with the parent to ask themselves, what do I believe and why do I believe it? Right? On all aspects, health, morality, government, what's going on in the world, all this kind of stuff, and shining the light on that to bring the unconscious to the conscious level.
Right. And it
Yep.
would help if those parents also had parents of their own that did the same thing with them, and you kind of made it easier for yourself longer with time. But that's not to say that you can't change things now, right? If you're a parent and
Sure.
let's say you had parents that did not teach you any of this stuff and did not go as much about consciousness as we're talking about right now, you can still take the change, right? And navigate through it. Where do they start though? Where do they start with their consciousness and to say, well, this is how I should start with my children. This is the first topic I introduce to them. This is how I get them to escape this government belief system. How do they navigate that in today's world? Would you recommend any particular resource or a particular way of starting that?
Absolutely. And one thing too, once we're a parent, we're always a parent. So, I get it a lot. People are asking me suggestions for older, well, now adults, right? They're children, but they're adults. You're always a parent, meaning you always have influence on your children, no matter what the age, right? So, we are not responsible for the trauma and the conditioning that we experienced when we were young children, but we are responsible for our healing and our growth and development as adults. That is very important. For young children, the two topics that I always tell parents to just start on, right? And is the trivium method, which is directed for younger children, right? And that goes all the way up till to teenage years, and then you transition into the quadrivium. But the trivium is the three-way path of truth discovery. So this is grammar, logic, and rhetoric. And there's some good websites. We'll mention the websites. We'll put them in the description. But understanding the trivium and what it is, gathering information, processing it, thinking about the inconsistencies, and then outputting it into your rhetoric, which is your behavior. This can be applied for young children if they want to know about oak trees, right? Well, let's go gather the information. Let's go out in the natural world. Let's try to identify an oak tree. Let's make sure this is the oak tree. Bam, there's the oak tree. Let's build a swing, right? So we can promote these things, but the trivium is important because it teaches you how to think, not what to think. Public schooling is all about outcome-based education. This is what it was designed to do, to just output good, obedient workers. They're going to teach you, speak into you, which is what indoctrination is, what to think, and then put you out into the world and, put you on the conveyor belt. So understanding the trivium method, which is how to think, and also understanding nature and the principles by which nature operates, natural law principles, the metaphysical and the physical. A good place that I like to start is a garden. A garden is just like the mind and body as well, right? We sow seeds, we reap what we sow. You can actually play with and interact with the natural forces in the garden by the seasons, cause and effect, the elements, right? Soil, water, care, sunlight, all of these are all very simple principles. Kids love to play in the dirt anyways and play with bugs and plant and stuff. So first, understanding what are the natural law principles, right? And the trivium method. These are the two categories that parents should focus on and promote all the way up well into the teenage years. Through these two principles, the child is going to fall in love with learning. This is the goal. We want our kids to fall in love with learning and then send them on their way. If they know how to think and they know how reality operates and how to act in the world, what more would you want? They're going to learn and figure out what they want to do, instead of the parents imposing and having psychological transference, their psychological and emotional baggage that they put on the children, hoping, oh, my kid is like this, or grows up to be a doctor, or grows up to be a lawyer, or whatever, right? We put this kind of stress and pressure on our children. So yeah, that's a good
Beautiful.
place to start.
Beautiful,
Yeah.
honestly.
I know it's a lot, but yeah.
No, it's beautiful. I mean, I even interviewed a former school teacher. She was like over 40 years in her profession, right? She teached all sorts of different subjects. And she's telling everybody, just like, get your kids out of the school system now. Just no matter what you do, just get them out of the school system, because there's so many other options in her view. She's done so much research on this that she's like, hey, you can hire a private teacher. They can take certain hours, and then you can take certain hours, and you can configure so much. And now there's like, co-ops and people doing get-togethers where
Yeah.
like you said, maybe there's a community garden. They're all growing this garden together. It could be not just yourself. You don't have to be the only person working this garden. You have other, people working on it. Maybe the churches want to get involved. Maybe that's not always the best idea, but maybe the churches can help with getting the community together. And then from there, you still have your child. Your child has a mind of their own. Doesn't matter, right? Like, I can go to a political party, right? You can go to a political party organization, and you and I, we both know that there's universal, timeless principles we call natural law, right? So no matter what is said there, we have a filter through our brain that we take in that information, and we can still discern. As Tobias Lahr says, learn to discern. We're able to look through the information and say, well, does this validate? Can we, let's apply our trivia method. Does this make sense, right? And so that is a process. I think once you build that in your child, like you're saying, well, then it doesn't really matter. Whatever comes to them in this life, whether it's fear, distress, the government is imposing different conditions, right? These bunches of people, well, they can be able to navigate through that easier because they were built with this guidance that they got from an early age. So I think it's beautiful that you're sharing that with us, Will, and that you make that more of a focus, because I think it's something that is really, really important for our generation. And so, that's every generation, though. You say generational slavery. I mean, that really solves every generation, right? Which is freeing your own mind. And how do you free your own mind? Well, you need a little bit of guidance to get there, right? So it's interesting because, freedom is this thing where it's like you don't have anybody helping you or directing you or telling you. No, freedom still requires guidance, we're saying, right? Or there needs to be some sort of self-control that creates that freedom. So kind of talk to us about that in regards to, let's say, multiple parents or multiple people, right, together in this world, such as the world we have now. We have a system that we call government in our existence, and it's telling people what to do with their lives. And there's many people who are willingly going along with it. And you and I, we look at this and we look at this in the lens of universal spiritual principles. And as you mentioned, it's all just opinion and ideology. How do we get that to people in an action way? We're all adults. I'm not saying, hey, Will, you're my child, or you're not saying I'm your child, although I'd love to learn from you. And I think we could all learn from each other. Like you said, there's never not a time to learn. So what could we do, though, as adults? Do we need to organize? Do we need to teach each other still? Is there things that we as adults need to do action-wise to change the world and get rid of these systems that don't belong?
Great question. And I will say, too, parents should seek out community. I do. There's many resources out there. There's many groups, most likely in your general area, especially since the pandemic kicked off. A lot of people pulled their kids out of school. They're getting together. There's groups on Telegram and all this stuff. So seek that out, parents. Definitely seek that out. Yes. Parents, adults, we do need to get activated, right? And my stance on this is it's tapping into my inner child, and we need to create art. I'm a firm believer of this. The question is, how do we reach the unconscious minds? to reach the unconscious, no one can do that for another person. Only the individual can. Only the individual can shine awareness in the inner darkest parts of them, right? The false belief systems, what we were talking about with generational slavery. We do this through the heart, meaning that we inspire people. So we create art, and art has unlimited art forms, right? We are doing art right now. And then when you put this out, it'll become an artifact. People can watch it, and then they can absorb some of the energy that you and I are we're radiating here, and they could feel that, even though it's on a video, but still they can feel that. That's a form of art. There's dance, there's writing, public speaking, all this kind of stuff. These are art forms, right? This is action expressed, right? Physical action expressed, and that is art. So I think people, once they do the inner work, right, of self-development and gaining an accurate perception of what's going on, absolutely, and they should be that mentor for their child about speaking out on injustices and creating art forms with the message of truth and freedom and morality, and put that out to the community. I mean, this has great positive effects on a child when a child sees their parent involved in community, because no matter what anyone says, we need to be involved in community, local, and then on a large scale as well. But it always starts with the inner, within the self, and then that expands out. So get involved with your local community. If you can't find a group, start a group. Start a homeschooling group or a get together where kids can interact with each other and parents can interact with each other. So unity is in community. So we need this. It's extremely important. And the phrase that I use is no leaders, more artists. And this is a process of self-discovery. Each person needs to discover within themselves through their own talents and attributes, and then express that into the world with the message of freedom.
Okay, so with independent media, a lot of people are producing a lot of content, right? They may be expressing a lot of these art forms. Do you think that they're heading in the right direction when it comes to this message of, trying to free the world from this generational slavery? Do you think them just bringing light to these ideas, maybe talking about news stories or talking about the left versus right, do you think all of it is productive essentially because they're just spreading ideas and people can discern for themselves, but they may not know how to discern? So how is independent media really assisting our efforts for freedom? Do you have any suggestions for independent media or the people who are producing content?
Yeah, great question. I do think that a lot of the alternative media, independent media, they actually operate just like the mainstream media, meaning that they focus on the effects of the world. Now, the effects of the world, right? All these dialectics, the current events that come, and it seems like they're speeding up and they're changing at a steadfast pace. These are just the effects. This is not where the change lies, right? And a lot of the independent media, they constantly focus on these effects. When I look at someone's work, I want to understand if their message, their core message, is about freedom and how do we achieve it through morality and right action. This is a huge part. So shining light on some of the effects can be good because you can see the effects and recognize that there are problems, right? That kind of sparks an awareness. But how do you create change? This is through the causal factors of understanding what slavery is, what freedom is, how do we get to slavery, and how do we get to freedom, right? The why question, the most important. And I don't see a lot of the independent media, alternative media, focusing on that, which I think they definitely should do. You can report on the effects, but also provide the solution. And again, this is through lack of knowledge. So becoming a educator, an artist with this message, this is another reason why we need more people doing this kind of content to reach even the independent media. and let them know, like, hey, you got to ask the big questions of reality and how do we create freedom.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's my stance on that.
I appreciate it. No, and I think like just talking about what we've been talking about with conscious parenting, I would love
Mhm.
to see that being talked about. Like, hey, here are resources for you parents out there who have children, and hey, this is how you can connect with each other. I mean, just that alone could make a pretty big impact, I would say. And there's a
Oh
lot
yeah.
of people who are raising children, and there's a lot of people who also say, man, I shouldn't raise any children in today's world. Man, it's such a bad world. I don't want to raise any children. What do you have to say about that?
Oh man, yes, I'm glad you said that, man, because yeah, I hear that a lot. People are like, "Oh, I never would never want to raise a children in this day and age." At one point I was like, "Okay, I understand that mentality." But now I'm on the opposite polarity. I think freedom-minded people should have children for sure, because just as we were playing catch up, um we need to have freedom-minded people, people that understand what it truly means to be a human, understand freedom and morality. This is good. So I think being in the mindset of, oh, I would never have children in this day and age, it's in a nihilist mindset. It's playing to lose, right? So I get it. This control system in life can be tough, can be hard, but that will definitely make us strong as parents and our children strong as well. So make babies, people.
Well, it's funny we say we need numbers, and then there's people who say,
Sure.
well, hey, I don't want to have a child. Well, it's like that there's your number right there. I mean, you're creating the future,
Yes.
literally.
Yeah.
So it's powerful. That is your legacy. I mean, they literally are you, right? They're taking an essence of you.
Now think about that too. Sorry to interrupt. It's
Yeah,
like talk about a depopulation agenda, right? What works better than to wear down an individual where they're hopeless and they just don't want to have children? I mean, this is epigenetics, right?
right.
So yeah, man, it's deep.
So yourself, right? You came through a lot of understanding and you had to break through your sort of unconsciousness. I think we all do to some extent because we live our lives and we want to live our lives and just live our lives, but we are influenced by so many different things, and especially in a consumerist age with so much information and so much material things. How did you break out of your unconsciousness and into the consciousness? And how did you break out of statism, this belief system that we tackle that is the belief in authority? You mentioned it
Mm.
earlier, but it's sort of an ideology, believing in man's opinion that it should rule over others through man made law and through government. How did you break out of statism? How long were you a statist?
Well, I'm personally very blessed because I've never been a statist, and I actually come from a family that are more anarchists, right? That understand moral principles. I grew up on a ranch. My dad. I come from a split family, but my stepmom has pretty much raised me and had good relationship with all my parents. But they were very firm on doing the right thing, no matter what. My dad, told me that it's okay to run from the cops. My grandpa did time in jail for not giving up his money, his fruits of his labor to the slave masters of that day. And so I come from a family where they see the wrong. They understand the system is wrong,
Wow.
and that had a huge impact on me growing up. Even going through public school, I could see it was like a big joke. It didn't have validity to me. Um, I was cherry picking on what I wanted to learn, which didn't actually aid me in doing well in public school because I didn't like to be told what to do. But my awareness gained when I had my child ultimately. I've always been into mysticism and got pretty deep into occultism and understanding in context of understanding nature and how nature operated. It wasn't until a few years later that I actually started to apply this information to the world and get a good grasp of the current human condition.
Hmm. Wow,
So yeah,
that's amazing because most of the people I talk to, it's like they have conflicts with their family. You know, they're not on the same page with a lot of things. I mean, myself included, I have a family I'm very close with, and I think that's what kept us going strong into where we shared our ideas with each other in time. But we didn't
yeah,
start from the very beginning like that. From the very
yeah,
beginning, my family was very statist because that was just the system we were into. But because we had that strong relationship over time, when I started learning new information, I relayed it to them and they naturally grasped it onto it. So I think it's very interesting, you share your perspective and mine and kind of looking at the differences. And it's amazing to see that you're speaking about this now publicly with people and sharing this because I think that's a situation not a lot of people have, like a family
yeah.
background like that.
Yeah, oh no, I'm very blessed, and even though if you ask my parents, do you consider yourself an anarchist and stuff like that, they would probably say no. But that's not; those are just labels.
Right.
What's the principle and the action behind it? And that's what was instilled in me as a young age. So as I got older, I recognized how I was raised, and especially having a daughter, this flipped the script, and I had to change myself and the moral obligation to speak out as well.
Beautiful,
So,
man.
yeah,
Thank you so much for sharing all of that. And if there's anything else you want to share, because we're almost reaching an hour now, but
sure.
let me ask you a question. What made you grow out the beard? It's been a while. I've seen you didn't have the beard for a while. I don't know if you
Yeah.
ever talked about this before in an interview, so I figured to
Cool.
ask.
I love it. Yeah, no, my daughter
Yeah.
said, "Dad, I want to see what you look like if it's you have a big beard and you look like Gandalf from Lord of the Rings." And I said, "Well, let's do it." So I started growing the beard. My hair grows extremely fast. This is only like 6 months, 6 or 7 months. And yeah, but she's like, "It's time to cut, Dad. You can cut it down. It's getting a little crazy." So,
No, I think it's awesome, man. Are you
yeah,
sure you
no, it
didn't watch
works.
my Lord of the Rings presentation? Is that is that not it?
That's good. Yeah, man. Great presentation too. So
Hey,
yeah,
you got
she
great
likes to
presentation.
braid it, she practices her braiding skills on there, and yeah, what are dads for?
Awesome. Yeah, well, I definitely recommend people do check out your presentations because you have presentations and all sorts of things, like focusing on certain topics. And I really like always how clear and concise you are. I'm all over the place sometimes because my mind goes like this, because that's how I am. It's like, man, there's so much great information that we're always talking about. So I always have like this energy. I don't know what to do with it. But you're very clear and concise, and I appreciate you for doing that. It's always something I admire in your works. And I definitely recommend people check out your presentations because you have really beautiful slides, beautiful way of presenting. I've always admired the professionalism and how you go out in the street, right? You want to share a little bit about how you do some street activism too.
Yeah, absolutely. So I met my partner, John Rowland, about 2 years ago. We created Natural Freedom League, and that started. He was actually going out on the streets doing Moral Law Mondays, just with some signs and a table, and we met up with some other local people as well, and we started going out there, and we kept doing this, and we've done it recently, and just educating. We don't consider it protesting. We have been to some protests, but we set up on the side. We're there to educate on the causal factors, the moral principles, and it's fantastic. I love it. I love making content and presentations for the internet to reach a wide body of minds. But I love going into the community, seeing eye to eye, and being there, live in the flesh, because you never know what people are going to say. This allows me to, gain communication skills and work on the Socratic method. And yeah, I love it. So I highly recommend it.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you
man.
so much. Thank you so much for joining us in this great event. And I'm glad to have you as a speaker. And everyone from the Natural Freedom League and everyone over there and everything you guys do, just thank you so much. And I hope a lot of people can take inspiration from that. Please check it out because it is great to see. I mean, what it is meeting people face to face. You see that energy, you get inspired, you want to do more, and that gives you more faith as to humanity. You realize that a lot of people are angry and a lot of people want to change things and they just don't know how to navigate it. They don't know what tools to use. And that's why, talk about natural law, these principles, getting really clear about it, and then meeting up with other people can do great wonders. So I appreciate you, Will, for doing everything you're doing. And if anybody wants to see a lot more speakers like Will Keller, go to nita.one/summit. nita.one/summit. This is the End of Slavery Summit. To check out more about Will Keller, please go to Will Keller. He's on all sorts of different platforms, right? And you also have naturalfreedomleague.com. That's naturalfreedomleague.com. And then also freedomundernaturallaw.com. So that's freedomundernaturallaw.com. Is there anything else you want to share, links wise, or?
That was it. No, those are the two good links, and you can check out my presentations there. And Corey, you're an inspiration. I love the work that you're doing. You're doing fantastic, great work. So I appreciate you very much, and thanks for having me on the summit.
Thank you. Take care, everybody.
Alrighty. Good stuff. Will Keller, the man, the legend. Awesome. Good stuff. Okay. Well, we have one more, and it looks like he just entered the chat. Probably intentional. One more interview, but also some videos at the end that are pretty helpful as well. So if you decide to stay tuned, you'll get the full show, basically. In case you're completely new to the whole event here, I'll go on camera again. Show my horrendous self. What's up? How's it going? Good stuff, Will. Great stuff. I love that you're talking about parenting, and if anybody's new here, hasn't typed in the chat, let me know. I'll give you a little shout out. Welcome, Messy Underwear. What a great name. Jay, we got Shine. We got DK's always talking. Man, you spam it in the chat. He's my friend. I can make fun of him. We got James. We got Noble Phoenix. Noble Phoenix, I gave you a thanks because you're always watching this stuff, and I appreciate the support, man. Just for hanging out. That's all I can ask for, right? Is you hang out, you learn, you do something, and that contribution, I mean, that's what matters, right? Is we're each doing our part, trying to help create freedom. And John, let's talk about your interview a little bit, right? What's coming up? I think it's a little juicy. You know, I was thinking at first, I'm like, is this good for YouTube? Because you're like mentioning a lot of controversial topics to some extent. But let's be honest, we're talking about slavery. I mean, what's not controversial here? I mean, geez. But yeah, it's going to be one that I think the chat will definitely enjoy. You guys are definitely going to enjoy this one. Yeah. What's controversy anyways, but just somebody, you know, challenging the current norm. And I think to some extent that's necessary if you want to innovate in society. So a lot of great thoughts. You guys are all chatting the whole time during Will Keller's great talk. And it's funny. I think it's great the fact that I asked Will about his beard. And, you know, I just decided to ask that question. I don't know if I was supposed to be more jokester like that in my interviews, I'll be honest, but I had to ask Will. I mean, because when I first came across Will, he didn't have the beard, and I was like, and then I started seeing him growing out the beard. I'm like, what's going on? Is that Will? And I'm like, I didn't recognize him at first, and I'm like, shoot. If I grow out my beard, I mean, gosh, it would be very, very long. It'd probably look like Lysander Spooner. Yeah, it's what you aren't allowed to talk about that's most important. Yeah, probably. Sounds like my sort of content. Yeah, I think you guys will like it. So here's the deal. I'll preface a little bit, right? I think the next talk is very important for especially those people out there who care about the truth and care about finding the truth in every regard, right? And of course, John really intros this well. And every gray hair tells a story. Oh my goodness. But John really breaks it down well in this interview. But I think it's something that I want to talk about a little bit here, because some people will think that, oh, because we have somebody presenting about 9/11, that, you know, we're a conspiracy group or whatever. You know, I don't, like I said yesterday, I don't need sources to say something is going on truthfully in the world. The source is yourself. What we're talking about is principle. If you listen to that Will Keller interview, you know, we're talking about universal moral principle, something you can understand for yourself. And However, when we use that principle, we start looking around the world around us and we see, wow, there's these events that are happening and there's these people that are out there. And so then we start to get focused on the people and the events. And as I asked Will, I said, what's going on? What's wrong in independent media? He said, we're focusing on the effects. That's sort of where we tend to focus. And even with conspiracy talk, we might focus with that, right? Because we're focusing on what happened, what was in the past. And, did you believe this and did you believe that? And it's a lot of it's speculation, or some of it is like right there in your face. And you're like, why aren't people understanding this? Well, John and I really break down the whole idea of conspiracy, which if you do break it down, yes, it means to breathe together, as John just put in the chat. So this is going to really correlate truth and conspiracy together, because some people are like, well, why are we talking about conspiracy? And then other people are like, man, I love talking about conspiracy. It's really important. So we break down the mentality, we break down why it's essential to really think for ourselves, and sort of conspiracy we can see as natural, quote unquote conspiracy. Talking about it is sort of natural in a world where you realize you're lied to one way or another. If you realize you're enslaved and you have to deal with the circumstances of the world, or there's certain agendas being passed, all of this, even if you don't agree with certain parts of it, I'm not asking you to agree. It's something to be wary of, something to be alert of, something if potentially can happen soon, that you need to be ready, you need to be prepared mentally, physically, right? And so this interview is going to break it all down. And if you're into all those topics, well, you're probably going to like it a little bit. And if you're into just learning about truth and correlating that with these concepts still in a universal mindset, I think this is also good for that. So all right, we're gonna hop right into John's interview, and got to get it set up here. Yeah, so I figured a lot of you guys would like that here. Let me make sure I get in here and play Mr. John Rowland, which his channel, by the way, for those of you who don't know, is Natural Freedom League. Okay, Natural Freedom League is his channel. It's also mentioned in the interview, of course. All right. We're gonna skip that. All right. John Rowland, everybody.
Hello and welcome. This is Corangela. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I am here with John Rowland. He is a writer, natural law teacher, sociologist, poet, and hip-hop artist. And he has a website, naturalfreedomleague.com. That's naturalfreedomleague.com. I've known him for several years now, since I've started producing content, and I'm glad to have got back in contact with you. You've put out a lot of great content. I always know you and Will Keller do collaborations together. Today we're going to be talking about a really important topic, the big lie, you call it, why the belief in government persists. Well, welcome to the summit. If you want to introduce a little bit more about yourself, and what do you mean by the big lie? Why is that so important to understand?
Yeah, thanks, Corey. I appreciate you inviting me here, and I think it's great what you're doing, and I look forward to seeing the final product. It's very unique. I like the format you're doing it in, and I appreciate all the work you've been putting out, man. You are prolific, as they say. So I appreciate that. Yeah. So as Corey said, I grew up in the Bay Area, California. We call it the Bay Area as if there's no other Bay Area in the world, but the San Francisco Bay Area, East Bay, past Oakland, so in the suburbs. And grew up, Bay Area is very liberal, and grew up very liberal minded, but always with a sense of something is wrong with the world. One thing I always think about is my mother always being sort of enamored with the Kennedy era and Camelot, they called it. And yet knowing that he had been assassinated, and something in my intuition telling me that the official story was not correct. And this is right when I was at least in high school. I don't know when I first started becoming aware of that, but I remember asking my mother, don't you care what really happened? Don't you want to find out what really happened? And that was when I would get the reply, well, what can I do? Right? I'm just a person. What can I do? And so that was sort of the beginning of my, looking at, contradictions in the official story that we were told, and what was really going on in the world. And I also was interested a lot in Martin Luther King Jr. I am of mixed ethnicity. Some people, recognize that. Some people don't. My mother is Cape Verdean, which is off the west coast of Africa. And so, but they're mixed with Portuguese. So my mother's very light skinned. But growing up, my mother would have been discriminated against as a Black person. People can tell that she's mixed much more than they can tell I am. And but growing up in that atmosphere and then listening to hip hop, I sort of identified with the struggle and got into Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, what they were doing, the civil rights movement. As I went into to college, learning more about the Black Panthers, and specifically learning there how the government infiltrated the Black Panthers and broke them apart from inside, like basically sent in people to break up the movement from the inside out. And this is called COINTELPRO. You can look this up. It's Hoover, said that they were the most dangerous group in America. And so, this kind of led me down that path of, the government was not to be trusted, and what was really going on, and what's the solution. And this is a long journey that we go on, right? Like when I first got out of high school, I remember being excited to be able to research things that I wanted to learn about. I did focus a lot on religion. I was drawn at an early age to a lot of New Age information, kind of going down that path, spirituality, as well as sort of questioning the official narrative. So yeah, and then it's honestly been a slow progression. I mean, I think uncovering within the last 5, I'd say starting in 2016, getting involved with the health freedom movement in California, understanding the dangers of vaccinations, and getting involved with protests and things like that. I became more active, and then discovering the work of Mark Passio and understanding natural law, and really looking at that as the solution. And that also inspired me to take further action. What I saw was in the health freedom movement, you had a lot of groups who were sort of grassroots propaganda to push back against the big pharmaceutical propaganda. And I thought, well, what if we came out here to these political events and we taught about natural law, and we taught about the illegitimacy of government? And so that's how Natural Freedom League started, me going out on the streets. And then that led to me meeting Will Keller, as you said, and some local people that we, kind of joined into a group. Almost like a self-help group, honestly. We meet on Sundays and talk, but we would meet at these live events as well. And then eventually it led to the podcast, and then these conferences, the Freedom Under Natural Law conferences that we've put on. So it's been quite a whirlwind. And as I listened and learned about anarchy from the different researchers and teachers, Mark Passio, Larkin Rose, and again, being involved in the health freedom movement and following the work of, Del Bigtree and the High Wire, and, trying to, I have my own life as a father, and trying to navigate how do we find solutions to this? How can I play my part to wake people up? And, I'm just going to go into this. This is a bit of my coming out party, Corey. When I was involved in the health freedom movement, I used to hear people say, "Oh, what? You're an anti-vaxxer? What are you, a flat earther too?" And I always thought, what a weird thing to say, right? Like, you're talking about this thing that happens very personally to people, that their kid gets injured and they have concerns, and they, and it's very real, genuine concern of something that actually happened to you. And to equate that to the most extreme conspiracy that you could think of, I always thought that was odd, that that phrase was sort of in the nomenclature of society. And so I remember at the time, this must be around 2017, I thought, well, how would I know? Right? Like, that's basically what I thought about the flat earth thing. Like, how would I really know? Right? I haven't been in a spaceship, like, yes, I've been in an airplane, but I haven't really paid that much attention to it. So I had an openness to, I don't know, like, I haven't really looked into it.
Right.
And so seeing people in the freedom movement react so emotionally about the flat earth theory, kind of made me even more intrigued. And so it's a funny story. One time I was with some friends, and we hadn't seen each other in a while. And I was always the conspiracy guy, right? Even before Benny Wills. No, just kidding. But I would always go over, and they would always have like the new conspiracy, right? Well, have you heard of this? Have you heard of this? And some of these conspiracies are, I'll say innocent, but they're very interesting, but they were kind of getting into a political conversation, and I brought up, a lot of, hey, well, all of these people are Satanists, and they were like, well, where are you getting this information from? And I kind of told them about what on earth is happening, and I was getting kind of passionate about it, because at the time I was really into Mark's work, and it was opening my mind to, how they mind control us. And, these guys are arguing over, Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton. And, and I'm like, they're all on the same team. It's the whole system is working against us. Mm-hmm. And my friend who I grew up with, he got very upset at me. And he said, "I'm not a flat earther either, John." And it was right in that moment that I'm like, I'm going to go look into this, I'm going to go it's because I remember saying to him, well, Mark Passio's not either, I'm like, but it was like, he kept saying to me, another thing he kept saying to me was, it's all conjecture. It's conjecture. And I'm thinking, isn't almost everything conjecture? Right? Like, how do we know? I mean, he's talking about a book he was reading about Napoleon, and how Napoleon was fighting the against the Catholic Church, and I'm like, how do you know that that's real? Right? Like, exactly. I mean, yeah, great. Like, you're reading a book, and I hope you're sourcing it and you're looking deeply into it, but that could be considered conjecture as well, right? I mean, right. For me to say, all of these guys are, they're in secret societies. They're, oh, that's conjecture. Well, it's not, though. It's not. Like, when the same thing happens over and over and over again, you start to recognize a pattern if you're willing to open your mind and see that. Right. So anyway, I did go down the flat earth rabbit hole, and I found the work of Eric Dubay. And to me, it made sense. It made sense to me. And I was able to, I think this is very important. I was able to, and this isn't meant to be a flat earth talk, but right. I just want to be open about this. And, I've mentioned it before, but I think it's kind of gone over people's heads. But there's two models, right? And if you can get out of the model that we're in, the globe model, and look at the other model and look at them separately, then you apply what you experience. So one thing I wanted to talk about is point of reference, right? So when we're having a debate about something like this, like, what is your point of reference that you're coming from? And to me, once I got to that level of looking at those two models, my point of reference became, what do I observe with my five senses? And it really opened up my mind to, I've lived my whole life not really paying attention to what the sun and the moon do every day. I mean, this is going to make me sound kind of dumb, but I'm okay with that. But at that moment, I think I didn't realize that the moon rose in the east and set in the west, just like the sun did. I mean, I literally think my whole life, I never really considered that until that moment. And it also had me flash back to junior college when I took an astronomy class, and I really struggled with understanding the phases of the moon as it's taught in college. And not that the flat earth explains the phases of the moon, but it definitely, it clicked to me like, well, no wonder I didn't understand it, because that it's not, that's not what's happening. You can see the moon in the sky in its phase, right? Like, as a crescent or as a semicircle, waxing and waning while the sun is in the sky. So if this was based on the position of the moon and the earth, now that doesn't make any sense, right? And it didn't make sense to me then. What's interesting is I remember I just ended up putting down what the teacher told me to put down to get the grade. Yeah, but I remember not understanding it. Like, wait, how can the sun, like, how can the moon, why is it, if the earth is moving, why does it look, when you see the moon cut in half, it doesn't look like anything is moving. It's just cut in half, Yeah. And so anyway, moving on from that, again, in the community, being involved, Natural Freedom League, we became a part of the One Great Work Network, and hearing how emotional people in the freedom movement, I call it the freedom movement, separate from the truth and freedom movement. I think they're two separate things right now. I think that freedom relates to truth, but I think that some people in the freedom movement are just focused on like creating freedom, and they're not concerned anymore with uncovering the truth. And that's what made me think of, wanting to talk about this. I mean, I've thought about making presentations on this. I have actually started like an outline of a presentation on it. But the concept of the big lie, I'm going to read a little excerpt here from good old Wikipedia. Sure. But Wikipedia is a good place to kind of start your research. A big lie is a gross distortion of or misrepresentation of the truth, used especially as a propaganda technique. The German expression was coined by Adolf Hitler when he dictated his book Mein Kampf to describe the use of a lie so colossal that no one would believe that someone could have the impudence to distort the truth so infamously. Hitler claimed that the technique had been used by the Jews to blame Germany's loss in World War I on German General Erich Ludendorff, who was a prominent nationalist political leader in the Weimar Republic. According to historian Jeffrey Herf, the Nazis used the idea of the original big lie to turn sentiment against the Jews and justify the Holocaust. Herf maintains that Joseph Goebbels and the Nazi Party actually used the big lie technique that they described, and that they used it to turn long-standing anti-Semitism in Europe into mass murder. Herf further argues that the Nazis' big lie was their depiction of Germany as an innocent, besieged land striking back at international Jewry, which the Nazis blamed for starting World War I. Nazi propaganda repeatedly claimed that Jews held power behind the scenes in Britain, Russia, and the United States. It further spread claims that the Jews had begun a war of extermination against Germany and used these to assert that Germany had a right to annihilate the Jews in self-defense. So there's a quote that you might have heard. It says, tell a lie, make it big. The bigger the lie, the more people will believe it. I've actually looked into these. Supposedly that's attributed to Goebbels and Hitler. Now Hitler, clearly they say he did say something like this in Mein Kampf, but if you look into it, you can't really find a quote where Goebbels actually said it. But the reason why I think that this idea is important is because I see conversations online, which I really hate participating in, the social media debates. It just seems really unproductive.
I agree.
But I watch it though. You know, I go there for the drama. But I really see, you know, I see people in the truth community, well, the freedom community, saying, why would they lie? And it's like, it really, it seems like cognitive dissonance to me, because haven't we already talked about why they lie, right? So if you take it from the natural law perspective, they're lying to hide natural law. Okay, I think that that's part of it, right? But that doesn't mean that there isn't worthwhile things to investigate and find out what is being told to us that contradicts reality. Again, back to that point of reference, what we observe. And then again, through using the trivium process, which I think most people know what that is, but the trivium is, you know, grammar, taking in the information, grammar, logic, right? Thinking it over, like letting it mill in your head. And that's where you weed out the contradictions. And then rhetoric, you put out, you know, your understanding of it. You're able to explain it in your way. And now in that process, you might have the same data that I have, but you might come up to a different conclusion. What's important is you being authentic, being able to speak your mind and share your perspective and put that information out there so we can further the conversation. And the same for me, to be able to be authentic and say, well, this is my perspective on it. And that we should all be open-minded, and we should be having this debate, and we should be trying to have discipline in our discernment. And what I mean by that is, if you have, this is just one example. I've written down a lot of examples, but I'm going to use this one. You have someone like Joe Rogan, who, I don't know how long ago, maybe 5-10 years ago, was the go-to guy on the moon landing conspiracy. I mean, you can find videos of Joe Rogan really, you know, expertly breaking down all of the problems with the moon landing. The pictures, the loss of the telemetry data, the fact that they destroyed the technology to go there, the interview of the astronauts after. I mean, they all look like they saw a ghost. They look like it looks like they're lying. They all seem very uncomfortable. All this different stuff. And Joe Rogan used to really go into this at the beginning of his podcast. And then one day he had Neil deGrasse Tyson on, and he brought it up to Neil deGrasse Tyson. And you can find this clip out there. Neil deGrasse Tyson said, well, we know they went to the moon because they had enough fuel in the rocket to take them to the moon and back. And that fuel is gone. And that convinced Joe Rogan to not discuss that conspiracy anymore.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know how you take that. Someone else may take that differently. I have a friend who's not as much of a conspiracy theorist as me, but he just said, well, you know, John, some people change their opinion. To me, that doesn't logically make sense. Right? I've never seen Neil deGrasse Tyson, you know, really debunk or prove that the moon landing actually happened. He talks, he's a propagandist, and so my point is, once Joe Rogan did that, I always if I watch Joe Rogan now, I watch it knowing that he's censoring himself, or someone is censoring him. He won't go, and he'll have his buddy on to come on and be the conspiracy guy, and he'll sit there and push back, and now he'll wear the NASA jacket and the NASA, and it's like
Eddie Bravo, right?
Right. Eddie Bravo is like Joe Rogan's like conspiracy friend, right? And but to me, in the truth community, we should kind of know that Joe Rogan is not in the business of truth, right? Joe Rogan is there to kind of be a gatekeeper, and I do watch his show sometimes, and it can be kind of interesting, but if we are disciplined with what we're listening to and who we're listening to, I feel like the saying, know the truth and the truth shall set you free, is true. Because once we understand that the moon landing was faked, right? And no, that doesn't prove that the earth is flat, but it does prove that NASA is fraudulent. They're lying to us for some reason, and we should be concerned about why they're lying to us. I don't see the moon landing being faked as any less detrimental than 9/11, right? And this is why I say why government persists, because I think that we have people in the freedom movement who are excellent at promoting freedom and promoting the idea of why government is immoral and illegitimate. But if you go talk to a person and you tell them that we don't need government, they're going to go to one of these big lies as the reason why we do need government. And whether it be climate change, or whether it be, a pandemic, right? Like, if we can, as a truth and freedom community, come together, we need to look at each other as modern day philosophers, and we need to hold each other accountable for the things that we say, and be able to have open dialogue and critique each other. And so yeah, that's the basic point of what I wanted to talk about today.
Yeah. That's a
any
good point.
thoughts?
No, I think you made a really interesting point toward the end there, like connecting everything that you've said thus far, because anybody who's listening who has somewhat of an open mind would be willing to hear you out. They don't have to agree with you. You're not asking for them to agree with you. You're asking for the dialogue. Never once did I hear within what you just said, you have to agree with me. You know what I mean?
Right.
But people will take that and say, well, you're presuming this and this and that. No, you're sharing it. You're not saying if it is true or it isn't. You're getting people to question things. And a lot of people know that this term conspiracy theorist has been used as an attack to suppress dissent, to suppress people questioning the official narratives. And you're right. The government is tied into a lot of these agencies. A lot of these agencies are created by the governments. And how do they get their funding? Through us, through people giving their money to this system. And we don't know what they're doing with this money. And then if they're doing these lies that you're talking about, well, that's obviously, using our money for the wrong reasons. That just still justifies their system. So, I say this too, sort of like what you were saying, it's sort of a justification. They're justifying their own system using their own system. So it's like the Hegelian dialectic. You create a problem, you create a reaction, then you create a solution. If you're in control of all three, you can steer the narrative any which way you want. And that's dangerous. The fact that anybody has the ability to change the world at any time and decide, okay, let's kill all these people, let's go to war, let's bring these people here, means that people are so vulnerable and willing to suppress their conscience to give it away to some person who tells them to do that, regardless if it's right or wrong. So I agree, there needs to be skepticism within everybody, but that doesn't mean that we're skeptical and we shut each other out to different ideas. No, skeptical
Right.
means you look at everything, which means you're still open enough to look at everything, but then question it.
Right.
So it's not
Yeah,
like you're closing certain things off completely.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to bring up a term that it does go around the flat Earth community, but it's Zeticism, and
Right.
it's Zeticism is if I looked it up in the dictionary, it's proceeding by inquiry. It says skeptic, seeker, specifically one of a group of Pyrrhonist philosophers. So I did a little research into Pyrrho, Pyrrho. He's a philosopher who came before Plato, and he was a skeptic. Now, it's really interesting when you listen to philosophy. Obviously, sometimes philosophy can be like the snake eating its tail, right? You're
Mhm.
like, it's like, wait a minute, like, where are we going with this? And they talk about how skeptics, like real hardcore skeptics, would be like, you can't believe anything. But then they'd say, but that's a belief, right? So you're contradicting yourself, right? So, but the idea of Zeticism being that knowing that what you actually know is very limited, and again, going back to that point of reference, that what you know is something that you've actually experienced, right? And now, it requires, when you're researching, you're looking into, like I see people who are arguing, for the globe, right? Or, against flat earthers, and they'll bring up ancient hieroglyphics, right? And the Sumerians knew all the planets, and like,
Right.
Okay, so first of all, we can't even trust what happened 20 years ago, right? Like, but we're gonna base what we're talking about, our point of reference is a tablet that's in a museum somewhere that we're getting through third, fourth hand knowledge, pictures of, and again, what your conclusion of that tablet is going to vary amongst different linguists, right, who are looking at these things. So it's like, to me, I feel like we have to let go of that, and we have to get back to this skeptical position, and of our point of reference is what we can experience ourselves, what we experience ourselves. I don't say that means you don't read a book or you don't trust anything, but
Right.
I think there does need to be an awareness of how much disinformation has been put out there to muddle everything.
Sort of like muddling our common sense, right? Or like the simple basics of this life. Like, because if we get so wrapped in so many other things, then we kind of lose focus, do we?
Right.
It's like
Absolutely.
it's also the individual versus the collective. If we get so focused on doing what's for the greater good or for the common good, as the elites make this justification for their systems of control, well, then we are going to be controlled because we're taking
Right.
the power away from ourselves for this greater good that we believe in. This
Right.
faith that we have, like, oh, everybody, it's for everybody, for every good, and all these justifications. Again, to make a right, not that it's actually right. That's what the word just facere means.
Right. So the definition of skepticism that I got, and I just got this out of dictionary online, an attitude of doubt or disposition to incredulity, either in general or toward a particular object. Next, the doctrine that true knowledge or knowledge in a particular area is uncertain. And then finally, the method or suspended judgment, systematic doubt or criticism, characteristic of skeptics. So, like, again, there, suspended judgment, systematic doubt. I really believe that that's the position we all should be coming from. we have been lied to enough that when you hear a conspiracy, you should doubt it. You know, when you hear anything, you should start from a position of doubt. You know, it's on NASA to prove their claims, right? It's not on a bunch of people who are questioning NASA to prove that NASA, who gets billions of dollars a year, are lying. Or let's take it away from NASA. Let's talk about the germ theory, right? They have spent millions of dollars. The pharmaceutical industry, our government, has spent millions of dollars focusing on germs and has yet to show an isolated germ. And I see, you know, people that I respect in the truth and freedom movement, discrediting that idea. And I, you know, the other day, this came up recently, Derek Bros interviewed Del Bigtree, and Derek asked people what they wanted him to talk about. And of course, a lot of people wanted him to talk about germ theory, which Del has had Andy Kaufman on his show, but that was it. He hasn't gone down the germ theory route since then. And Del focuses in this, he's in their dialectic. I call it trapped in a dialectic. He's one side of this Hegelian dialectic of germ theory. And Del is doing good work in showing that even in that model, they have issues, right? They're not testing these vaccines. They're not, you know, these diseases that they're claiming are these, you know, viruses are not that deadly based on their own numbers. But Del's position was he didn't want to leave that arena because there's so much money in that arena and focus on that arena that it wouldn't make sense to step out of that. But if you step out of it, it's done. You know, and again, I mean, I haven't looked into germ theory as much as I would like to in the future. I would definitely like to look into it more, but my understanding of it is that they have not isolated a virus and proven that they haven't isolated it. First of all, that's the first problem. And they haven't proven that anything like that causes disease. Apparently they've done experiments where they've given whatever they do when they get, you know, some type of thing that they say is a virus, and they've given it to people and people have not gotten sick from it. And, you know, the rebuttal to Derek and Del's interview, there was a video by Andy Kaufman, Thomas Cowan, and another couple of people. And Thomas Cowan was making the point that if you cannot prove that a virus exists after all of this money has been spent to, you know, build this infrastructure of germ theory, disease, which is what the pharmaceutical industry is based on, then that's it. It's on them to prove that. And until they do, we shouldn't participate in that debate of, I mean, obviously we should participate in the debate of my right to not put something in my body. That, you know, I'll give Del Bigtree that. However, to continue to push this idea that there's these viruses and that they make us sick, if it's true that it has not been proven, then I think that that is a very big waste of our time and energy. And again, if you're using the trivium, that's a contradiction that you're supposed to weed out, right? Until it is affirmed or it's proven, that should be a contradiction that we push aside. And I think with germ theory, I mean, I think a lot of people, you know, Thomas Cowan in the interview said this, that they made the mistake of doing this lockdown based on a virus, because that made people discover that, you know, viruses aren't real and that, you know, this whole system is fraudulent. However, I do think one problem is like, I think they probably realize that. And I think the next time that they do try to lock us down, it won't be with a virus. You know, I think that they played their hand on that. And so, but moving forward for us as a freedom and truth community, we should all unite under this idea that they haven't proven that yet. And, and I'll see people say, well, why do people get sick? Why does my kid go to preschool, come home with a cold, and then I get sick? That's a good question, but it has not been proven that that's because of a virus, despite millions of dollars being spent by that industry to say that is the case. So, and that's, it's been a big point of contention for people like Derek. I know he's caught a lot of flack for it. And it's not that I'm saying I'm not open to listening to that side, but it does seem to me to be a waste of energy to continue to play in that arena when you could really look at that arena as that Hegelian dialectic that they have us in. And right. It's, as Mark Passio calls it, like a cul-de-sac, right? Like, if we can, I think we should step out of that, and we should say, you know what, until you prove that you have isolated a virus and that it actually infects people, then we're letting that go. And we move forward with, discovering, maybe we do discover why people get ill, or, we find ways to create natural health, which I do think there is a lot of people doing that in the movement. But unfortunately, we get caught up in these debates, which I guess in a way I'm kind of perpetuating right now by even bringing this up. But I thought it was important to bring it up because it is something that I care about, and it's something that I see a lot of. I just think it's cognitive dissonance in the freedom community, where again, like the idea of, well, why would they lie? It's like, that's something that a normie would say, right? Like, it's like, we should all know why they would lie. They're lying to obfuscate the truth, right? Like, they're lying to, like you said, muddling everything.
Yeah. So, and you mentioned, there's no freedom without truth. Even conversely, you can't even have solutions or information without freedom. So these two work together, freedom and truth. And so it's important you mention this because, again, it's like freeing our minds. And we know that our minds create the world around us. That's the principle of mentalism and natural law. So I think it's all really important concepts, and we can't just sweep it under the rug. Obviously, a lot of people who care about these subjects, about freedom, run into these topics. Why? Because they are looking down the rabbit hole and they see there's a history of government issues, and it only gives more reason to abolish the government or understand that the government is not our best friend here, how much it's lied to us over history. I mean, just literally thousands of years of propaganda toward one agenda or the next. Regardless of what people think about them, it's certain people with their wills and opinions being imposed on others with or without anyone's consent, whether people want it or not, whether it's moral or not. And that should concern people within itself, So that is, I think, what you're kind of hitting at from my point of view. And I appreciate the fact that you're like encouraging that skepticism, but also the open-mindedness, the bigger picture to things.
All
okay,
right.
so I have no problem with that. And if people want to take this and turn it into a debate, that's on them. But if they understand the context that we're presenting here, we're saying free your mind.
Right.
Like, don't get limited, don't get stuck. Like, if you say, oh my gosh, he's talking about flat earth, now I got to write a whole essay talking about why he's right or wrong, then you probably don't get the point of what we're trying to say.
Right.
Like, we're trying to say there's people who will completely shut it off, and then there's people who will spend all their life energy on that.
Right. And also for me, if I look at flat earth as an example, and it rings true to me, and I don't feel like I'm out there. I don't feel like I'm not religious. Like, I mean, I am spiritual. I've always believed in a higher power, but that's not what made me believe, that, hey, this makes sense, or see that this makes sense to me. Then I should have the authenticity and the courage to speak that. And I'll be honest with you, for a lot of, the content that I've put out, I've held back. I don't necessarily think that, you know, I would want to talk about flat earth all the time. However, for me, it is something that I've looked at and I go, yeah, that makes sense to me. Two, I haven't seen anybody really debunk it yet, even the people that are really emotionally triggered by it. And three, the fact that people get emotionally triggered by it makes me think there's something to it. But it shapes my view of the world, and I should be authentic, say my position, not fear any repercussion from what someone thinks or whether or not someone's going to like me. And for people who would take that stance, I would say you're doing a disservice to the truth and freedom movement, because you know, philosophers sat down and they talked about this stuff and they worked it out, you know, and they may not have come to a solution. Like I said, sometimes it is like the snake chasing its tail, but this is what we're here to do. I do think, you know, for me, like Plato said in the Apology as Socrates, I'm wiser than him because I know that I don't know. Right now, add to that piece, you don't know, but yet you're always striving to know, even though you have that position of it's limited what I can know, right? So it's a balance between that skepticism, but then also understanding there is an objective reality, right? So as an example, one thing I was listening to this morning, it says, you know, the wind blows and you feel it as a warm wind and I feel it as a cold wind. Can we actually come to the true nature of that wind? No. But what can we discover? There was wind. Right. You know, it's like, you know, and it's there is an objective reality that exists. Truth is what has occurred, you know, what is. So as I'm being a skeptic, but I'm not so skeptic to say you can never know anything.
Right.
But I'm saying, like, let's be honest about, again, I don't know what the earth looks like from far away. I don't know what the shape of the earth is, but I do know what I observe is here's the north, you know, the Polaris, everything goes around it. That it contradicts this idea that we're spinning around and we're the moon is spinning.
Is that a ball? So you have two models right beside each other?
Yeah, I did that just for, because I used to have this. This was my logo, you know, like lots of people have this as their logo. This represents to us, you know, unity, right? This is like, when you have this logo up, this symbol up, you're saying we're all one world, you know, it's all one thing, right? And that's an important thing.
The context,
yeah, but it's like, I understand now that, like, we're probably not on a spinning ball moving through outer space, and everything I've looked at has supported that. So again, I wouldn't call myself a flat earther. I think that is a part of the psyop, right? The psyop is to get us divided, right? So if you are getting emotionally charged about it and you know, ad hominem attacking people, you're playing right into the psyop, right? When they give us a psyop, right, it is a Hegelian dialectic, but one side of that is probably true, right? So yes, it's a psyop. It doesn't mean that this model is right or that model is right. It could be a separate model. It could be something totally different. So, but if my point of reference is I go outside every day, and every day the sun moves around me and the moon moves around the Polaris, the North Star, and that star doesn't move. And that's how people sailed the earth and, you know, did everything, you know, all of that, you know, for years. That contradicts what I've been told. You know, when I see the moon in the sky in its phase, and I'm told that that's from a shadow or from the position of the earth, well, the earth is right here. The earth's right here, the moon's right there. How, like, is there like a mirror? it's like showing me the moon, like the moon's really over here, and we're blocking it. And so yeah, I mean, I think I've always thought that I've always seen the flat earth model as should be a point of unity in the truth movement if we are using the trivium, and we're using that point of reference of what we observe. And I wanted to add one thing here. I had written,
Sure.
I've talked about this before. So there's a quote: "It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it or rejecting it," right?
Mm-hmm.
And so everyone says that this is an Aristotle quote. So I love that quote, right? So I go look it up, and I had actually created like a little video series. This is like one of the original video series I did, and it was going to be called Entertaining Thoughts. I've made a few videos of it on the Natural Freedom League, and so I look it up and I find out that's not actually what Aristotle said. Okay. So this quote is attributed to Aristotle by a man
There's a
named
lot
Lowell
quotes.
L. Bennion, right? Oh yeah. That's, if you look up, like I said, even those quotes with like Goebbels, I always hear people say, "Oh, make a lie, tell a lie, make
It's
it
easy
big,"
to just make up a quote and put
Yeah.
someone's name on it.
You research it, you do a little bit of research, or like there's actually no evidence he ever said it. He maybe said this, which made people say that that's what he said. But so that's good though. That's how we should be. We should be looking at that. So the actual quote, and I think this is important.
Okay.
It's a little deep, but this is from Aristotle, from Nicomachean Ethics. "It is right that we ask people to accept each of the things which are said in the same way. For it is the mark of an educated person to search for the same kind of clarity in each topic to the extent that the nature of the matter accepts it." Okay, so what is that saying? It's
Makes
saying,
sense.
it is saying that we should be asking all these questions, right? When someone says to you, "Well, what does it matter, the shape of the earth?" It does matter. Are we? I thought it was the truth movement. Like, what do you mean? What does it matter? Like, if it's the truth, then it matters. And what he's saying is we should apply the same process, which would be the trivium, to each topic. And he goes on to say, "For it is similar to expect a mathematician to speak persuasively, or for an orator to furnish clear proofs. Each person judges well what they know and is thus a good critic of those things. For each thing in specific, someone must be educated to be a critic. To be a critic in general, one must be educated about everything." So I think what he's talking about is that's what a philosopher is. A philosopher is educated in everything and is willing to look at everything. And, as Einstein called it, even though Einstein might not really be the most trustworthy guy, but he called it, what did he call it? The unified field theory, that eventually there would be a theory that unified all the theories, right? And ultimately, isn't that the journey that we're on, right? Like, does it end at natural law? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think natural law is a part of it, but once we understand natural law, we're going to have a whole world to explore again, and to apply our trivium to, and our point of reference to, and our senses to.
Right.
And I think that that's really powerful and really important. And I do think most of the people in the truth and freedom community, I do consider us philosophers, but I think we need to make an effort to be more open-minded to having these conversations. I do appreciate you, Corey. I've seen you having these conversations, and it's rare, in the community that we're in. Like, a lot of people shun these ideas.
I agree.
And I'm kind of, here today, like I said, it's kind of like my coming out party in a way to say, you know what, like, I'm going to say what I think. And
That's you as a human being. That's you being authentic, like you said. And are we not to do that? Are we not trying to promote an honest world? There's nothing wrong with that. Like I had a hard stance on veganism within the community of people applying human rights to animal rights. And if you look at the Weston A. Price Foundation, for example, you might be aware of what they do because they talk a lot about what you talked about with viruses. They wrote books about it. They had doctors together. And they talk a whole bunch about that. They also talk about a lot of traditional living and how people used to raise animals and integrate them with regenerative agriculture. So they have so many resources, but so many people are unaware of it. And if they're willing to just shut it off right away without even knowing about it, without even first looking into it, I mean, it's like, how could we even have a conversation?
Right.
How could we be philosophers? Philosophy means, by definition, love of knowledge,
Right.
And so that's why it's like, is it philosophy if you don't love all knowledge? All knowledge is helpful. It helps us. That's why we learn,
Right.
Now, there might be some knowledge that might deceive us, that might distract us, but that's on part of our own bias. It depends on what we do with that knowledge that matters.
Right.
When we turn into action and such. And you mentioned Eric Dubay, too. I just want to mention, he's very open with his community. He communicates with a lot of people. And he's done a lot of work over the years, not just Flat Earth. He's done so many other works, including talking about governments. So just because you may disagree with him on one thing does not mean you have to disagree with him on everything or shun out his works either. It's like he specifically details scripts, and he's got sources, and he just names the sources. He doesn't add his own bias at all. I mean, you're talking, he's just listing what he got from the past and all the different observations. He's not, again, saying, like, you have to agree with him. No one ever said that. But people will go off and attacking him, saying they're dumb, they're stupid. It's like, why resort to attacks? What good does that do anybody? And one thing that I greatly admire about the Flat Earth movement, because let's face it is a movement, they actually have a movement. Like, I've started Nature is the Answer and stuff like that to try to bring our actions together and more focused and more grounded. I really admire the fact that they have symbols and shared materials, and they're really unified, and everybody knows who they are. They've succeeded in doing that. And there's a lot of other messages we find that's important, like natural law, that we want to get out to the world. But meanwhile, this one topic is nearly a lot on the spotlight because of their movement, of how much they've got the idea out there. So I give them props to how much they've got the ideas out there. Now, that's not to say like the mainstream kind of helped them and use that as a means to attack people and such. I'm sure that's possible, but they do that with pretty much everything. I'm just saying that there is a great amount of effort involved in that movement, and I just greatly admire that. So I think we can definitely, like you said, discern and look through these different ways of thinking and just find out the truth throughout, instead of to push it all under the rug.
Exactly. And I think, try not, we should all don't need to be as emotional about it. And again, that's why I don't like participating in the Facebook debates about this stuff, like let's get on camera. Let's talk about it. Let's share information. Let's agree to disagree. Let's put out our own videos, and then, you do a reply to my video and, and have that dialogue. I think that's the main point that I came here to talk about today, is that we should strive to have a thorough discourse on all theories, move to reject those that are obviously false, weed out the contradictory beliefs, and remain disciplined in our discourse. And until new information becomes available that would, change that, perspective. I think whether you're a flat earther or not, you should know that the moon landing that they showed us was fake. You should probably know that you can't land on the moon, but that's okay if you're not there yet. But the moon landing that they showed us, if you think that there's anything authentic about that, I don't think you're applying, the trivium. You're not looking at the evidence that exists. And that just as an example, it's like, and I have seen some people in the movement that are, they're aware of NASA. They're not, they don't claim to be flat earthers, but they think NASA's up to something else or whatever. And they probably are, but
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 their
yeah, I
actions
just
matter a lot. The fact that they are taking the
right,
money from us, and the fact that they're using that as a justification to say, "Give us money." It's like
exactly,
that's deception. So we have to call it out, or at least we have to hold them accountable. So that way they don't
exactly,
do something bad. Because if we just trust them and think, "Oh, everything they do is good," and it's all just people, and people don't lie, and everybody, there's a huge organization and they never lie, then it's like, what if they do get away with something? Like it's good to always have eyes on something. You always need somebody there questioning what's going
right,
on.
right. Yeah, exactly,
So,
exactly.
if you don't mind, I kind of want to ask like a final question about your personal journey.
Sure.
But before we get into that, just to tie in a lot of what we talked about, when this relates to the belief in government, because obviously this is a main theme among the summit and with a lot of speakers, and a lot of people still have a hard time with, trying to get past this idea of, are these people that we call government, do they actually exist? Do they have the right to rule over us? And all of that. In understanding natural law, or not even understanding that perspective, or just understanding statism alone, or how authority is an exemption to basic morality, these are all things where if you were open to a lot of the other things we talked about before, you're probably going to be open to this.
Right.
So you're right, it ties in greatly. And again, to have an open mind to all these things would help in our process. What I see time and time again, if I look at the American Revolution or the abolitionists from the 1800s, is a shared love between humankind. Like, I care
Right.
about you, I don't have to agree with you, but you're my fellow brother, you're my fellow man. You may have a different skin color from me, you might be a total different person, but who cares? Like, we're
Right.
fellow man, we have the same rights, and we can understand that violence is wrong no matter what. So I think we can do the same thing across all these different topics. It's like we just have love for our fellow man. I just greatly appreciate that. So
Yeah.
where did you break that belief of statism in your own head? Like, how long were you a statist, and how did you get out of that?
Yeah, I voted. I voted in 2016. I think that when Obama got elected, I believed that he was an outsider, and I thought that it was significant that he had won. And I quickly learned that he was just part of the same group of people. He was selected, and it came pretty clear to me after he got elected, like how it worked. I mean, I think um, the fact that John McCain picked Sarah Palin as his running mate is sort of like solidified that Obama was going to win. I mean, they kind of put up a terrible group to run against them. That's even considering that elections even matter, which I don't think they do. Going back to 2000, when Bush stole the election, I remember I was in college at the time. I remember calling my dad and saying, "Are you watching this? Are you watching them? They're stealing the election, right?" And so I was aware of the corruption. And again, when Obama came in, I thought it could be something different. I did have a little hope. And when he didn't hold the Bush administration accountable for any of the war crimes that they committed, and I knew that he was just, part of the same club. So by the time we get to 2016, I had opened my mind to the issues with vaccines, which is kind of crazy to me that it took that long. But I voted third party that year. I saw Trump and Clinton as like the same. They're two sides of the same coin, and voted third party. And from that point on, that was when I really got into the natural law, the anarchy information, and I began to really detach myself from that system as much as I possibly can. Obviously, it's difficult for us to detach ourselves from it completely, but it's in my mind to definitely try to detach from it. So I've unregistered to vote now. I think that's important. I think people should do that. I do think that there's a difference between believing in government and being politically active. And I think that when you unregister to vote, it doesn't mean that I can't still go and send a letter to my congressperson or my representative, and even just let them know that I think that their system is illegitimate, but maybe I want to discuss a certain issue with them, right? Like even just to educate them. I'd actually like to take Natural Freedom League in that direction. I've thought about this for a long time. You've done a lot of work like this, but writing letters, to law enforcement.
I'd be willing to help to work with you on that. I'd be
Yeah.
willing to collaborate with that. Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, your information, I could just send your information, in all honesty. I think if we reach out to people in that way, it shows that like anarchy doesn't mean that we're not collaborating with people and that we're not like working together. It's just that, we're what we're trying to do is educate people on the issues with the system as it exists. And I think letting those people know that there's people like us out there who have this knowledge and this understanding is important. And a lot of those people probably don't have that understanding. I mean, we tend to think like everyone is nefarious and up to something. A lot of these people, they're just following a procedure, and doing what they've been taught is the right thing to do to be a good citizen. You participate, you run for office, and I think we can have an impact on that system without participating in it in the way that, is generally, expected of us in terms of voting and stuff like that. So yeah, that's, my stance on government at this point is I don't want it in my life. We talked a little bit earlier how I, registered my fictitious business name, as an entity, as a way to sort of separate myself from that system, but also acknowledging that that entity exists and that, I can't destroy it. I could go burn my birth certificate, but they still have it registered as, this entity is registered with us. And so there may be ways through, state national stuff or, understanding the legal system where we can reclaim our natural rights. And I think that is a worthy area to explore, and that we should all also be sharing strategies on that too. So,
yeah. But and to look at these other aspects too, I mean, they don't know much about, statism and this whole belief system as well. So it would help to integrate these communities. And like I said to you, I'd be willing to make a lot more of that happen. I know that the abolitionists did not use a lot of political action back then, but they still reached out to a lot of them, like you said. So like, I'd be willing to do the same thing.
Yeah.
They saw everybody as mankind, everybody as brothers and sisters. There was no exception to that. And there's no reason why, we can't do the same thing here. We're doing the exact same thing they're doing, ending slavery just in another form. Obviously, it's a bigger form. It's one that they also acknowledged, but it's one that was destined for humanity in our eyes. We see we're meant to be free, and it's become evident over many years of history. And to conclude, would you have to say, because you obviously, I really like a lot of the things you have to say about independent media and such. I didn't want to ask you another question, but I think this is kind of important if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think there's any particular action that independent media should be doing that they're not doing? I can be a little critical of them sometimes because I want us to move together in the right direction, toward freedom. And I think a movement is necessary. You may not. I want to just get your thoughts on that. Like, do you think it might be necessary to have more of a unified message and mission, or like, what do you think would be required?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I think at the moment, I don't, like how you're saying, like, I don't think of it as a movement. It's so disjointed, and there's so many different people. I think a lot of people in the independent media, they're doing good work, but they're maybe focusing on the wrong issues. So I would say, but again, everyone has to focus on what they think is important. I want people to be authentic, but when you go down the road of investigating, child abuse, right, and exposing it, that's great. But we've seen over and over again that nothing really comes of that, right? Like, whatever you think happened to Jeffrey Epstein, I mean, I sort of think he was kind of given to us as, to make us think that like something was happening. Mm-hmm. But I think that some of those issues that we get into are it's sort of a waste of our energy. And again, not saying that, we shouldn't be concerned about the children. I think that when you expose that information, that's about all that's going to come of it. So, what you really do to protect children is work within your community to protect, people within, your family and extended community. And, you make sure that your community is safe, your local community. I think, continuing to collaborate with different people, continuing to be willing to have these types of discussions without emotion, and working together. I mean, I think you're doing an excellent job of bringing people together. I could make a better effort of that myself, just to, yeah, we actually, last time we went out, we did bring your flyers with us. And I think, that type of action is important as well. But yeah, I think that just let's continue to have these dialogues, focus on what you want to focus on, what you think is important, but also be willing to listen to other people and hear what they're saying. And again, possibly we can get to a point where we do come to some unity on some of these issues. And again, some of them we don't have to come to an agreement on them, but we also don't have to reject each other
Just be
if we
aware
don't
of it, right?
agree on those things.
'Cause
Exactly.
I feel like so many people don't even know about each other's positions sometimes. Like some people act like they know about what natural law is or know what statism is. They don't actually really know about it. You ask them some
Right.
questions and like, they actually don't really know. So I think that's an issue too, is like independent media is probably not going to talk about it if they don't know about it, because not enough
Right.
people in their comment sections are requesting it or talking about it. So it does start with you guys in the audience and everybody out there. Like it starts with
Right.
us,
Exactly.
We can't also like depend on them to produce everything for us. But when we change our minds and we expect certain content, then I think the rest will come with it. If we realize like, that statism is a root, something that we need to focus on, then I think it's going to be where it's like you can't get your mind off of it. Because it's like, wow, the government gets its tentacles and everything. The problem is the government, not all the other problems it's causing. Like those are symptoms, but then there's like this root that's always there, always creeping into people's business. So
yeah. I think also I'll add this is that instead of thinking in terms of having to wake everybody up and that's the ultimate goal, that's the only way that we're going to change the world, to focus more on the people that you can reach. And the solution should be to detach from the system and to build new systems. So, that's something I'll say, that I appreciate about like what Derek Bros is doing, because he's focusing on those types of issues. The only thing I'd say, and this kind of goes back to my talk, is sometimes it seems to mesh with this other part of the movement that is working with the system. Right. And so to me, that's like a bit of a contradiction, right? It's like, but it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Like we have to work through that.
Right.
But again, it's like, we see people talk. I see all the time. This drives me crazy. Oh, Fauci's going to go to jail. But, but it's like, Fauci's not going to jail. That system is never going to punish him. Never. Like we should know that by now,
Yeah.
And it's like, so you can't be concerned about Fauci going to jail. Right. And Del Bigtree, I've followed Del Bigtree for a long time. That's how he pulls people in. Right. He keeps saying that, give me money and I'm going to use my legal team to attack the system and we're going to put these people in jail. We should all know, everyone in the truth community should know, those people are not going to jail.
Right.
They have his lawyer, Del Bigtree's lawyer, has the godfather of vaccines, Stanley Plotkin, on video being deposed, saying everything that the anti-vaccine movement has been saying. He has it on video, under oath, lying about the dangers of vaccines and what he knew and what he participated in. If we can't hold him accountable through that system, Robert F. Kennedy wrote a whole book about Fauci. And Robert F. Kennedy, if any lawyer was going to, bring someone up on charges through that system, it would have been Robert F. Kennedy Jr. with the information he had in that book. But nothing comes of it.
Yeah.
He makes millions of dollars off the book. Fauci becomes an idol on the other side, right? To his worshipers, he becomes more of an idol because they think Kennedy's an idiot. And that's the game.
The system is inherently corrupt, you're saying, you know?
Exactly.
You can't fix it. You got to sort of abolish it. As I think.
Exactly. Abolish it and like starve the beast, right? Like don't like less focus on what the system is doing, more focus on what we're building. So be that, if that starts with the independent media, great. Then getting involved in your local community, local outreach, like you're doing, like we're doing, but building on that and helping that to expand. I do think if we wrote letters to politicians, we wrote letters to law enforcement, that goes a long way. You know, I mean, the internet is great, but if someone gets a letter on their desk or sees a flyer, that's just as powerful for someone to pick that up and read it. And it may be more likely that you reach certain people that way than you would through the internet. So
absolutely. And we talk to people all the time, professionals, doctors, former police, veterans, and they never expected to get across this knowledge. But then once it gets into their hands, they're like, wait, this is so powerful. We need to look at it. It even says in the Declaration of Independence, if we have to alter or abolish the government, you know, if they said just change it, they would have just kept the word alter. But they also put the word abolish, you know. There comes a time where it's necessary to do that. It literally says that word per word. So I think people need to understand, like, when is that time? You know, it's like there is a time and place to get rid of it. So it's something that people have to just consider and look into. And going back to the point you mentioned before, I even criticize Freedom Cells too. You know, Freedom Cells, it's great. You have a lot of network of people coming together, but for what? I don't know. Right. It could be for anything. It could be for homesteading. It could be for talking about conspiracies. It could be for who knows. But, you know, and that's where I think having grounded action is important. But thank you, John Rowland. It's been great having you. We talked about so many important things, and we covered a lot of great things. Pretty much everything we wanted to talk about, I would say. And I just want to thank you for coming on. I hope everybody checks out your works. naturalfreedomleague.com. That's naturalfreedomleague.com. John Rowland, thank you. Is there anything else you want to say before we head off?
One last thing I want to say. Thank you, Corey. And I want to say Alex Jones is Bill Hicks.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Everybody, if you want to see a lot more talks and speakers like this and a lot more gifts, go to nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the end of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching. Take care.
Alrighty. Thank you guys for hanging out. I see there's a lot of different conversations in the chat. Good stuff. As you can see, the next video is one that I produced. And these are more so extra resources, right? Maybe some of you guys seen this video. It's actually a lot of people's favorite. It's one of my most recent mini little documentaries and covering the whole nature of politics. So in light of what was talked about, you know, connecting all these bigger picture worldviews, this connects to political worldview and why it's important that we talk about political slavery in particular, despite all the other things happening in the world. Of course, it's getting a little late where I am, but this is just one of the videos, one of the resources on the Day 3 page, and I encourage you still visit Day 3. It's extended for the next 24 hours. You can download all the extra resources. Of course, there's always more resources I don't cover in these live streams, so feel free to check it out. In fact, I even featured a Derek Bros documentary, 3 parts that go into each part of society: education, media, technology, health, right? All of it. So that's featured on Day 3, the featured video section. And so I'm going to conclude by playing this video. I think this will sum up a lot of what really needs to be summed up to really get to the root cause of everything. And I thank you guys for hanging out. And so feel free to keep chatting, talk about whatever you want. But I think this will be a good way to conclude it. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend checking it out, because this one, a lot of people, like I said, they really like it. All right, here we go. Thank you, and good night to those of you who are leaving. The ugly truth about politics. Today, there are a lot of people talking about politics, and throughout history, politics has gotten quite ugly. But just how ugly is it, and what can we do about it? Well, let's start with the basics. In the etymological dictionary, which breaks down the roots of words, politics from the 1520s means the, quote, science and art of government. From the early 15th century, politic means, quote, pertaining to public affairs concerning the governance of a country or people. Originally, the word may have had its roots with the Greek word polis, which means citadel, fort, city, one city, the state, community, or citizens. From these definitions, we can see that politics is all about the maintenance of an individual's living community, whatever size one may consider that community to be. While the size of change may influence notions of collectivism versus individualism, the etymological definition of politics alone leaves us open to interpretation of what actions are to be done. When most people think of politics, however, in today's world, they are particularly referring to government affairs, political actions. May that be elections, voting, government office positions, debates, campaigning, all for the effects in the world that people desire. May that be in introducing, changing, or eradicating a service, a tax, economic change, healthcare, maybe even a war. On the surface, this doesn't sound too controversial, but when we look into the world, there seems to be so much controversy over these issues and who will deliver what other people want. It has led into turmoil across the countries of the world, where the media may aggregate problems, share false stories, or push narratives, and people feel like their position is the most justified, or that other positions are wrong or straight out ridiculous. But this is only the beginning, and while it may be ugly enough for many people to outright ignore politics while others then take advantage of it, this is not the only ugliness I speak of, and my own views on how the world should operate are of no relevance here. I am afraid that the acts of politics that we use on a day-to-day basis can be within themselves harmful to our progression and evolution as a human species. If you have an open mind, so we shall evaluate what I mean by this. The first thing we must take note of is something called democide, which is the top cause of unnatural death. It is known as death by government. Take World War II, for example. The reason why it is important to first know about this is because the very same or similar political actions and processes that takes place in today's world is what has allowed such a catastrophe, which isn't so far in the past if we consider how fast it feels sometimes for time to fly by. Let us evaluate these actions. The idea of voting or electing people into positions of political power. Ask yourself, are people being the change or looking for others to be the change for them? Are people begging for their own freedom? Is that how freedom operates? If you depend upon others for your own freedom, are you really free? We must know that it isn't just the people who vote who are begging. The people running for office are also begging. They are begging for the people that vote to vote for them, in order for change to be done, if it ever does get done. Do leaders become leaders merely by their identity, their convincing words or looks, their begging for votes? Think of all the constant advertisements for political campaigns. How much material, time, and money is wasted just to lead up to the process for change that is for the most part unknown as to if and how change actually will occur. We also know that the law is capable of changing, so something can be perfectly good one day and bad the next, because some piece of paper, some politician's opinion says so. We get stuck in a cycle of this politician, this law, that law. Then we have so many or too few. Humanity seems lost. An expectation for further expectations, a begging for further begging. Sounds kinda ugly if you ask me, and people in politics will say it is merely part of the process, a necessary evil. Well, I beg to differ. I would not like to limit change to just these actions. However, to evaluate further, we see there is barely any emphasis on education in political action. For the most part, what takes place is slander, attacks from one person to another, as if it's a sports boxing match of one side against the other, where people get so wrapped up on their own side, or they get so sick that the world is not changing the way they want to see it changed, people may even resort to violence at times. If education is used, it isn't likely timeless or universal knowledge, or knowledge that helps inform the populace to self-govern. It usually is used against another political opponent or for their own political campaign or agenda. There is barely any emphasis on personal change within politics. People can have trauma and end up having even more trauma after experiencing the fear tactics used in campaigns, or all their built-up hope crashing down on them. People don't know how to define a simple right. What is freedom? What is slavery? What is democide? What is politics? What is property? What is ownership? And how all these concepts relate to one another. For what philosophy people know, it is only what is taught to them of other philosophers or those people in politics who claim to know about these subjects. Are we learning how to think or what to think? Is change limited to what is simply scribbled onto a piece of paper? Of some one person over many hundreds to thousands or millions of people? What if they did not consent? Is this world only about you and what you want? Should any one person decide for anyone else how everything should work? In politics, people tend to know that politicians lie, that they will do anything to get people's vote, and even saying that alone will gain people's trust. If it's not begging, it's deceiving. It's complaining or it's ego boasting. It's bandwagon. Do people really like politics, or do they like games? People see no other alternative to creating change, and their faith in history, which they also hope they can trust for their own country, will also attempt to validate that method of political change. They say, well, that won't happen again, we won't let it. They say, well, we learned slavery is wrong, so it's gone. They say, oh, it's illegal, so it must be immoral. They say, we just need the right people in office or the right law enacted. The right person or the right law, according to who? They say, what we decide, the collective, the majority, or the king, the queen, the magistrate, the legislature. So you want one person's opinion ruling over another person's opinion. They say, well, it's not an opinion. Well, maybe it's not. But not everyone will agree, so how will your opinion be enforced? The only answer to this is the same across the board for all political action at the end of the day: by violence. Even who people may call, quote, the greatest writer of all time, Leo Tolstoy, understood this. Every law is an opinion of man, a bunch of scribbles on paper backed by violence, enforced by other people who are seen to have more rights than other people, rights that they do not have by nature, and every politician is claiming to dictate what is right and wrong for people to do, to dictate what people's rights are. Should someone's opinion change what is right and wrong? If people say slavery is good, and many people say slavery is good, does that make slavery actually good? In reality? Has nature given any one of us superpowers that others do not have? If we all are prone to faults and we all are not perfect, we all realize that we all need to help each other in this life, what makes one or few fit to rule over everyone else by the threat of violence if they don't comply? Are we willing to violate the rights of the individual in order for the collective or quote-unquote greater good? Are we willing to go to war overseas against some people we don't know because we are told to do so or are convinced in having to do so? What lives are taken mistakenly in this process? This looks ugly. When people don't think for themselves or use their own conscience as to what is right and wrong, and instead follow orders, what can happen? Wrongdoing takes place. It goes excused and ignored. Then people get upset that the world isn't changing for the better, rightfully in many regards, but do they realize it can be the everyday person shutting down their own decision-making of right versus wrong and acquiring their own knowledge to instead do what they are told? People keep blaming those who give the orders when they are among those who actually carry out those orders. Think of the golden rule, do unto others what you would want done unto them. What if you are a soldier who believes in some politician and one day they decide it is necessary for the greater good to bring your family to a concentration camp? How would it feel? What if you are living your own life and someday some soldiers from a foreign country come by and destroy all your property because their politicians said to do so? How would it feel? These are not extreme examples. These have happened and in different places of the world is still happening. Look at the identity that politicians create for themselves, their celebrity-like position in society, how people adore them and cry about them, all the emotions people have gone through in this process for thousands of years. Where has it got us? Any better? Or has it been a perpetual cycle like the Tytler cycle has described? Dishonesty keeps people in ignorance, what is known as the root to all evil, and the image alone, the titles and positions alone. You must ask yourself, is this any honest of nature? Are these processes natural? Perhaps it is natural to socialize, to create change, but through this specific process of elections and inaugurations and involuntarily making people accept the ruler? They say, quote, they work for us, we hire them. Then how about you try taxing your politicians? Can you? Humanity can do way better than this, universally and timelessly, for all people past all divisions. Is politics not clearly a mass division? They say, your vote is your voice. Again, is this really honest? Is this not actually just one voice imposed on another with violence? Having no choice after supposedly having a choice. God forbid some huge event happens in the country, it'll only be used for another political agenda, and everything soon becomes about politics. Morality has to always pass through this man-made dictated filter. If rights come from nature, we're all born with the same rights, then why in the case of government do we create a class system where certain people have more rights than others? By one local politician running for the people, they justify the process that people can turn a wrong into a right, that they can grant or revoke other people's rights, that pieces of paper must be worshipped, and that political campaigning is the only action, that the slander, advertisements, collectivism, lack of education, convincing, begging, agitation, dishonesty, identity, division, justification, and ego is all necessary. Not all this ugliness necessarily dictates that political action should not persist at all. It is the inherent problems within political action that should most alarm people, for which the ugliness is only the symptom thereof. The inherent problem is statism, the belief that someone has the imagined right to rule. If political action was voluntary change, done purely out of influencing others non-violently, showing by example and not power or manipulation, these filthy processes would not exist. Politics would no longer be so ugly, statism, or what is commonly called the most dangerous religion, would not exist. If you want restrictions on other people's freedoms, you want slavery. If you want no restrictions on other people's freedoms, you want to end slavery. You are an abolitionist, as I would say. By being an abolitionist, as I call myself, you don't want to add anything new to society. You recognize our rights inherent to our nature, and you want to end what compromises our nature. You want to defend our nature and therefore learn and educate, because only we can truly free ourselves. It is our rights we must exercise for ourselves. You want the best ideas to rise to the top accordingly to people's needs, but no violence for compliance is necessary. Do good ideas require violence? That doesn't sound so good to me. If you wish to dispute my points, I encourage you read The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larkin Rose. A less detailed read would be The End of All Evil by Jeremy Locke. The solutions are simple. Freedom is what provides its abundance, not just one or a few. We attain and maintain it through moral power and action as the only political action. Universal and timeless education. The abolitionists who ended chattel slavery of the past used no politics. It gave them no aid. They spoke of this exact action which did give them aid, and what we can absolutely do today without any of the ugliness. Shall any ugliness come of this, it will be from those still engaged in politics. For morality seeks no conflict. It cares for all people, and this is beauty. We can start educative newspapers, video content, internet threads, memes, conferences, speaking events, radio appearances, neighborhood connections, going to different meetings or assemblies, starting non-political campaigns of putting up signs and sharing materials, integrating with movements and developing action plans or opportunities. For long, the media, both independent and mainstream, have had the chance to utilize a great platform, yet the actions often remain limited to the news, including the news of politics. They too have a responsibility to help change the world. Everyone wants to shun out those with different viewpoints than their own. I like to say that everyone's viewpoint is essential, so long as it is again not backed by violence. People have become conditioned to think that freedom is chaos when it is solutions abundant. People have also become conditioned to think that government is society, as if society would not work without government, like saying society would not work without slavery. These are just man-made institutions that, as the test of time has shown, only results in chaos. How long will it take for humanity to learn? And I don't expect you to understand this immediately. The truth speaks through time what works. Every attempt at limiting violence still legitimizes violence, and hence it always grows. The monopoly on violence, which is every proceeding by government, cannot prevent violence. No wrong can be justified, no evil is necessary. Otherwise, we wouldn't call it wrong or evil, or see other solutions. Everything in nature is self-organizing, and so are we when we give ourselves the chance and don't abdicate the responsibility to be the change ourselves. Re-watch this video if you must, or look into the many resources provided alongside. Change does not require violence. If you think it does, continue your filthy game of politics. I'm not in. Hello, my name is Corey Edmund Angela. Great stuff. Awesome. Thank you guys. I'm gonna head on off, but I figured I would just go on camera one last time. Thank you all for watching. If any of you stuck by this whole time, it was quite a journey. Went over many different interviews today, and Will Keller, you sticking out too, and John Rowland, I can't even speak. You guys hanging out too? Yeah, I'm a little tired, so I can't even speak, but that's okay, and of course I'm actually used to working at midnight anyways, half the time when it comes to creating scripts like that. But, what prompts upon me to do scripts like that is, life experience, talking to politicians and talking to people who are still invested in that system and seeing their mentality, observing their mentality, and sort of gathering all my thoughts on it. And so far, from where it's at, I mean, that is my most complete compilation of thoughts regarding politics. But of course, there's always a lot to always be said. So thank you guys. I plan to do a lot more videos like that and of all sorts of different kinds. I appreciate you guys for watching. Take care, everybody. Thank you, SP, Mandatory, DK, hanging out. All you guys. Take care.